call this meeting that's getting off to a rough start, but I feel confident it's going to improve. Call it to order at 5:39 p.m. And ask for a motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
Excellent. Is there a second, Councilor Jang? Thank you. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Excellent. So let's move on to public forum. And I know that we have at least one member of the public. So I should definitely, oh, I see a couple. Okay, I've got chat as an option.
Let's use the raise hand function. We tend to disable the chat just because of issues that we've had in the past with that. So
it looks like there are two folks that have their hands raised. If someone would like to speak on public forum, you can just use the raise hand function. Barb, I've just enabled your microphone, so I think you can go ahead and start. And I don't think I need to pull up a timer for this group, but maybe at the chair's direction, we should limit comments to about 2 minutes.
Excellent, thank you.
Hi, I'm Barb Prine. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
So I'm actually waiving my time for Mohammed Jafar. Do you see Mohammed?
I do.
Yes.
Yeah, he was just having trouble also getting in, but we're here for the proposal on the City Council Initiatives Fund, and I will let Mohammed do the speaking because I'm here just because we are having technical problems getting in.
Great, thanks for that clarification. Okay, Jordan, could you enable Mohammed's microphone, please?
Certainly.
Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you for.
Oh,
shoot. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
No problem. As President Tracy said, it's harder than it looks. He has a lot of practice, but we'll just.
Okay, should be all set now. Sorry, Mohammed.
No worries at all. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Great. Yes, so as Barb just mentioned, we recently submitted a proposal to increase access for new Americans with some videos we hope to create about ballot items, and we are hoping that the City Council will assist in funding this project. Access, of course, is critical, and we hope that with these videos, we can kind of actualize some of that access that we hope for. And so I'm just here to kind of try to answer any questions that the committee might have. And I think Barb will help with any questions that I'm not able to answer, but otherwise, please feel free to throw out anything. And thank you again for the time.
Thank you. We don't usually have this as a back and forth, but given the unusual situation and the fact that we don't have a large public forum here, are there any questions from the councilors that are here on the Initiatives Fund proposal that is coming up? Okay, I don't see any, Mohammed, but thank you for coming and speaking on behalf of that initiative. So we will be moving on to item 3.01, licensing fee waivers for ADA qualified service animals. How would the board like to proceed on this item? Councilor Paul.
Thanks. I'm happy to move this. But to be honest with you, I'm okay. I'm certainly okay with passing this to Councilor Jang. I'm still getting board docs up, and if you would like to move this a little bit quicker, I'm happy to do that. So my apologies for raising my hand so fast.
No worries. We are all experiencing some difficulties tonight. Poor Councilor Pine is trying to get a new laptop or a speaker. I'm not even sure, but he's in touch with me and he is working through it. Councilor Zhang, would you like to make this motion? I believe you are on mute. Oh, thank you.
Yeah. I would like to make the motion for the municipal licensing fee to be waived for all sprayed and neutered ADA qualifies service animal, and the city council intend to amend the city's dog license ordinance in accomplishing that goal.
Excellent. Is there a second? Thank you, Councilor Paul. Any questions? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Great. And that brings us to item 3.02, the City Council Initiative Fund for interpretive video explanation of the ballot questions. How would the board like to move forward with this item? Yes, Councilor Zhang.
Yep, I would like to make the motion to approve and recommend to the city council to approve the expenditure of $2,000 for the city council initiative fund to support the community-led effort to produce short videos and event ballot questions in 7 different languages.
Excellent. Is there a second? President Tracy, are there any questions or further discussion on this motion? Yes, Councilor Tracy.
I just want to say, just express my full support for this. I know that the folks who are proposing this did a similar event in cooperation with the Secretary of State's office last town meeting day, hosting events. And though that's not possible this year, this feels like a great way to reach out to folks and to make sure that they're able to navigate what is one of the more complicated or unique ballots that I think folks have seen in our city. I think that this will, just from last year, I noticed, I stood at the polls all day and I noticed that there were so many folks who I'd never seen at the Ward 2 polls coming to vote. And I attributed that in part to their efforts. So I just want to thank them for that and for trying to expand access to this really just cherished day and cherished tradition that we have of town meeting day. So thanks, Mohammed. Thanks, Barb.
Thank you, President Tracy. I agree with those sentiments wholeheartedly from the clerk's office. We often get requests for these kinds of things. So I'm so excited that although we aren't able to do it, it's able to be done in the community. Councilor Paul, did I also see your hand?
You did, but President Tracy said it very well. I would just echo exactly what he said. Thank you, Mohammed, and to others who have also worked on this. This is probably one of the more complicated ballots that we've had in probably in the last decade. And it's wonderful to have this service because it's a lot to digest. And I think it's just a great thing that you're doing. $2,000 doesn't seem like an awful lot to get this work done. So it sounds like we're getting a great return on our investment, which is also wonderful. So thank you.
Excellent. Item 3.03, authorization for the $2.5 million loan from the Vermont Clean Water State Revolving Fund for the upgrade of the stormwater collection system. Yes, Councilor Paul.
Yeah, I think we need to vote.
We didn't vote, sorry. Thank you. It's always something. I'm trying so much, you guys. Okay, before we move on to the stormwater and Mr. Maloney, all in favor of item 3.02, City Council Initiative Funds, please say aye.
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 I knew we were all in favor, but thank you, Councilor Paul, for keeping me honest. So when Lori goes through this tomorrow, we don't have a problem. Want to be by the book. Now, we've got the $2.5 million loan for stormwater improvements. We've got Assistant Director Moir here, as well as Thomas Maloney. Why don't I turn it over to Megan? Well, is there a motion? Would the board like to make a motion, or would you like to have a brief overview?
I think a brief overview might be good given
Excellent.
we're talking about here.
Yes, the complexities. Megan, can I turn it over to you?
Yes, and I'll quickly turn it over to Bond Counsel Maloney. This is actually something
Excellent.
that you guys approved previously. You've approved this project, which is the upgrade of the collection system project, and this is sort of a housekeeping tidying up of how we're actually going to borrow the money. And with that, I will let Thomas explain those details.
Good evening. Nice to see everybody. As you may recall, in November of 2018, the voters approved the Clean Water Resiliency Plan for the city and authorized close to $30 million of various revenue bonds. One portion of the overall project that was approved by the voters and that's being implemented is improvements to the city's stormwater collection system. In June of 2020, the City Council did approve a general bond resolution and the borrowing of up to $2,560,000 for these stormwater collection improvements, with the scope of the loan coming from the Vermont Municipal Bond Bank on behalf of the state Environmental Revolving Loan Fund. Since that approval, with the division director, Megan and I did have conversations with the bond bank to see if we could save the city money by doing this as a direct revenue note to the Vermont Municipal Bond Bank instead of engaging the bond trustee. Covenants would be the same. The note would be issued under the same provisions of the city charter, which is section 64B, which provides that it's payable solely from the net revenues of the stormwater revenue producing enterprise, in this case, the stormwater system. And that's only after payment of the costs of operation and maintenance. So the covenants, the repayments, the loan would essentially be the same. But as I said, that we discovered a method of reducing the overall transaction cost by not involving the bond trustee. So this would be a direct placement of this revenue note to the Vermont Municipal Bond Bank under the State Environmental Revolving Loan Fund.
Excellent. Thank you, Bond Counsel Maloney. Yes, President Tracy.
I just wanted to ask, I just wanted to ask, just so I'm clear about the third whereas clause, talking about that the loan may either be taken from the bond bank or from general bond resolution. And I was just wanting clarity on what each of those sources might be and what would be influential in terms of choosing one over the other. Is it just a pure cost thing and you'll go with whichever is cheaper in terms of the financing option?
It is the cost. The bond bank will want to see the ultimate loan documents to have their counsel approve it. That is the expectation. But what we don't want to do is to stop the project if for some unforeseen reason the bond bank says, well, you know, we've I don't want to say changed our mind, because they have given us indication this is an agreeable method. But if there is some roadblock, that we don't want to stop the project. And as I mentioned, the council had already authorized this. This is a documentation to present that we're hoping to do it this way, save the city money, save ongoing costs of a trustee. But then ultimately, we do want to get this project, or the city wants to get this project implemented for improvement for the stormwater system.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I appreciate that answer.
Any further questions? Yes, Councilor Jang.
Yes, so it might not be by mine. I don't expect an answer today, and if you can't. So it seems the voters approve up to nearly $30 million, right? And this is not the first bound that you're requesting to borrow, right? I was just wondering now, from those 30 millions, how much is left, right? How much is left to be borrowed after if we approve this one, right? That's one question. And the second question, in terms of the scope of work being done in a scale from 1 to 10, where are we in the upgrade that needs to happen, whether it's staff or the infrastructure itself? Is that clear? No? Two questions right there.
No,
Yes.
yeah.
I
Great
was just going to say,
questions.
go ahead, Megan.
So we are nearing completion of the sort of first phase and biggest portions. Some of the systems that failed that kind of kicked off this whole clean water resiliency process. The 3 disinfection system upgrades at the 3 plants and the SCADA PLC upgrade. Those are nearing completion, and I anticipate will be completed before the summer rainy season. We have also come to you for approval. I forget what the total amount was. I think it was 1.6 million for the upgrade to the Flynn and Fletcher pump stations. That construction would begin this spring. And then this project that we're revisiting, the stormwater collection system, was also approved at as part of a larger project which involved the wastewater collection system. And I will actually get the specific number to you. I just have to pull up the spreadsheet because I have been tracking those costs. I believe we have about $11 million left on the wastewater side, and my team's been focusing really hard on what those next high priority projects are, and then also that bigger, longer list that we told you about, that this $30 million was going to get us started on the process, but that there's a lot more to be done. And then on the stormwater side, I believe we have about $8 million or $7.5 million after we do this project. So there are some funds still remaining, but we are quickly coming up with the projects that are going to spend down those remaining dollars in the next 2 years.
Thank you. I think you answered them both.
Any further questions from the board? Are we ready for a motion? Anyone? Yes, Councilor Pine. Can we hear you? Yes.
Yes, I think you can now. Luckily my nephew who's visiting loaned me his computer. My city issued computer conked out on me today, so I've been having some challenges. I would move to recommend the city council approve the attached resolution.
Excellent. Thank you, Councilor Pine. Is there a second? Yes, President Tracy. All in favor of authorizing the $2.5 million loan?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Excellent. Thank you, Thomas and Megan.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
The next item is item 3.04, the GIS Services Contract. And you may recall this is a bit of a follow-on from an agenda item from our last meeting. Is the board prepared to make a motion, or would you like to hear from one of these lovely individuals who's just turned on their camera with a little more detail? Yes, Councilor Paul. I think you might still be on mute.
That is what the words in front of me are saying. I would, I mean, obviously welcome discussion, but would make a motion to approve and recommend that the council authorize the director. Oh, wait a minute. I may be off on the wrong one. No, I guess this is the GIS, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it is the Director of Public Works. I apologize. I didn't see Chapin, so threw me off a little bit. Recommend that the City Council authorize the Director of Public Works to enter into a contract with GIS Incorporated for the hosting and management of the GIS system. for the city of Burlington for an amount of $119,800, subject to final review and approval by the city attorney's office.
Excellent. Is there a second? Councilor Pine. Any question, or would you like any quick overview? Are we ready for a vote? All right, I feel like we're ready for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Excellent. Thank you, Team DPW and Team INT. Okay, excuse me. Our next item is item 3.05, reclassification of 4 roles within CEDO. And we have Tony from the HR team and Katie, who is functioning as our CEDO director. If you would like any conversation, how would the board like to proceed? Yes, President Tracy.
Could just get a brief explanation of what's going on with these 4. That'd be really helpful.
Excellent. Who would like to start, Tony or Katie? Katie, why don't you do a quick overview?
Sure, happy to. So essentially with these 4 positions, it's driven by 2 things. One, changes in the individual's actual position descriptions due to assuming different responsibilities based on kind of grants that we've obtained through the COVID crisis. So additional grants as well as a shift in different responsibilities. So that's the 3 in the administration and finance division. The 4th position that is up has been taking on a lot more responsibility also than was written in their job description. So that was also updated and regraded, resulting in the 4 positions that we're bringing today. Tony, anything I missed or to add?
No, that was good. I mean, some of these have been talked about for quite some time since I began about a year ago. And yeah, due to COVID, things got stalled and delayed, and we just felt that it was important to put these forward now. Thank you for your consideration.
I would just add, putting on my CAO HR director interim hat, but really more of the CAO one. I guess that Katie and I have worked hard and with Luke while he was still here to just make sure that we're balancing budget responsibility with also fair workloads for staff. And there are several positions in CEDO that we have strategically not filled, but that has certainly added a lot to the workload of existing staff. And that has contributed to our feeling of urgency around these reclassifications and the fact that these staff have done such an outstanding job through COVID, even with that increased workload. Okay, taking off CAO hat. Is anybody ready to make a motion? Are there any further questions?
Yeah, I want to ask the question first and make the motion.
Sure.
So I think based on your CAO hat response, I think these are good and they are wonderful. These staff have been already doing the work necessary of all the positions, right? And was just wondering now, knowing that these positions have been reclassified, right? Will the city still push you to fill the positions that are not filled yet? Will you still trying to hire, or those positions are now canceled or something?
I will answer, and Katie, please jump in if there's anything I misclassify or you'd like to add. I would say that is part of an ongoing discussion as we discuss the COVID response and the FY22 budget. Katie and I are both aligned with the fact that CEDO does need more resources. And so as we are presenting the budget to the mayor, we are increasing those, not knowing exactly how it's all going to fit together, of course, but we're looking for something of a balance there. So I would say, although we've been holding off on filling those positions, they're not things that we intend to leave unfilled forever. We're hoping that as the budget rebounds, we're able to continue to keep CEDO staffed as we would like. And also, as is needed, you know, we've seen some of those needs shift. And so we've created some new positions in the RRC, and we want to make sure all of that's aligned, and we might want to wait for the new CEDO director. So there's a lot of considerations, but those conversations are ongoing. I hope that's helpful. Maybe
And
that was long.
the only thing I would add to that is one of the motivations for looking at this was the resignation of one of the many unfortunate resignations on CEDO that happened this summer under the administration and finance team. And I would say that with looking at how to refill that position strategically and what makes sense in terms of responsibilities, that was, in addition to COVID and the additional workload that has brought on, was one of the motivating factors for looking at kind of formalizing what some staff have already been doing, as well as looking at what really makes sense in terms of distribution of responsibilities.
Nice. Wonderful. Okay. Thank you.
Are there other questions, or Councilor Jang, were you ready to go ahead and make the motion?
Yep. Okay. I would like to make the motion and to recommend the City Council to approve the reclassification of the Community Development Specialist 1 grant management CEDO for a regular full-time, the reclassification of the Community Development Special 2 AmeriCorps CEDO to a regular full-time exempt non-union grade 17, to the reclassification of the Housing Program Manager CEDO, a regular full-time exempt non-union grade 19, and the reclassification of the Community Development Specialist 1, Public Engagement CEDO, regular full-time except non-union grade 16.
Thank you. That was quite a mouthful. Is there a second for the motion? Councilor Pine, thank you. Yes, Councilor President Tracy.
Just wanted to ask if that if we have to read the whole motion, or if, because there was more to the motion.
I believe that City Attorney Blackwood has been okay in the past if we haven't, but thank you.
Well,
Do you
you
have
gotta do one or the other. You either have to reference the motion that's written
Thank you,
or
President Tracy.
read it. So if you read part of it, you need to include any other parts that are critical.
So
Perhaps at this point, Councilor Jang, you could just say,
Reference the motion.
reference the motion as written on board docs.
yep. All right, I would like to make the motion and to reference the motion as written in board doc.
Love it. Councilor Pine
Second.
is the second. Excellent. All in favor?
All right.
Say aye. Aye. All right. Excellent. Thank you, CEDO team. Thank you, Tony, as well, for your help with that. We're going to keep the focus on CEDO, and item 3.06 is the HUD 2020 Lead Hazard Control Grant. Yes, Councilor Pine.
I'm going to move it right away, and then if there's discussion that can follow. I'd move to approve and recommend the City Council authorize an increase to the Housing Lead Program fiscal year 2021 budget accounts 301-31-305-317 in the amount of $422,868, with funding coming from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development 2020 Lead Hazard Control Grant Funds in accordance with the attached budget amendment request FY21.
Councilor
Okay.
Jang
Second.
is the second. Thank you. Any questions? Great. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Excellent. Thank you, CEDO team, for that. Item 3.07 is a very interesting one that I'm excited about from the airport. Acceptance of the grant and related contracts for the sound insulation pilot program and 50 home pre-qualification project. And we have the full team here. Who would like to give us a quick overview? Jean, would you like to start?
Sure. I'd just like to, Nick will give us a quick overview. This is his program, and he's been working for years on, turning the old program from the home removal to this new sound program. That was one of our first initiatives. This is a wonderful day, that we are going and getting this grant, that we have FAA on board, the community's on board, and, not only is it a sound mitigation, it's also a huge insulator. And I think it's going to be extremely beneficial. It'll be millions of dollars, over time. This initial one, Nick will go over a little bit about it. It's about 10 houses and what we'll be doing with those and how we'll pick them. But I just wanted to say a couple words. I'm very excited about it. And I think it's what you all have asked for. We've all talked about it. It's something we all agree on. And we've done this together. So, the mayor asked for this. It was one of my first initiatives when I took over as director of aviation. He said, I want this program stopped and I want a new program. FAA flatly said, no, we don't do that. Well, look where we are today. So Burlington is doing it. And I'm really happy that we have funding, and I'll let Nick talk a bit so I use your time well tonight, but we've really done a lot together, guys. So thank you for your support. Or counselors, I don't mean guys, counselors. Go ahead, Nick.
Thank you, Jean. Go ahead, Nick.
So thank you. I'm just gonna bring it back in history just to recap what we have done for the last couple of years and break out the programs on how we get the approval from the Federal Aviation Administration. So back in 2018 and 2019, we redid our noise exposure map. That's the essence of this program and determines who could potentially be eligible for one of our mitigation efforts. In 2019, the
Poor Nick. I don't know if you were on earlier airport team, but this isn't even Nick's fault. This is just a cursed Board of Finance meeting technologically.
We will blame Nick anyhow.
We will not blame Nick. We love Nick.
Just kidding. Of course I want. He's one that makes things happen at the airport.
Until Nick comes back, or
what did you say, Larry?
You want me to pick it up from here until Nick comes back?
That'd be great.
All right.
Thank you, Larry.
So Nick was going through the history of the sound mapping and how it was determined on which houses would qualify for a purchase program, which would be over the 75 DNL. And then there's within the 65. Oh, there's Nick. Is he back? Nick, you saved me.
I am. I'm sorry. I kept going and going and going.
Okay. Well, I'm up to now where we're at. So go for it.
So I apologize if I repeat anything. Noise exposure map was approved in 2019. That's the map that shows the potentially eligible properties located on our website at btvsound.com. The next step is to identify what we're going to be doing. What are we mitigating and how are we mitigating? That's called the Noise Compatibility Program. That's the NCP for short. That was approved in late 2020, so just a few months ago by the Federal Aviation Administration, working with South Burlington, Winooski, Williston, and all of our neighboring municipalities to identify, like Jean said, stepping away from the acquisition and removal program and moving towards sound insulation, what's called purchase assurance, helping people sell their houses and move if they so choose, and sales assistance, again, helping somebody sell their house on the open market for a fair market value. This program that we're showing you today is the pilot program, or the very first grant that we're going to be receiving for sound insulation, which is going to include a tremendous amount of outreach to up to 60 houses, 10 for the pilot program, and then 50 for the next stage of this process. We're going to be performing some acoustical testing. And if you remember, we did this acoustical testing on the Chamberlain Elementary School, and now are fully underway with a program to help them keep their windows shut with an HVAC upgrade system, as well as the design, bidding, construction administration, and then eventually construction. That's all inclusive in this first grant, this pilot grant, as well as the design and outreach to the next 50 houses. The idea here is to receive approval. This is the very important part, receive approval on an acoustical testing plan for the entire process for many, many, many years to come, not just this pilot program, to identify these next houses, or these next 50 houses, so we can start the design process on these houses, so that next year in 2022, we can apply for the construction grant for those 50 houses, as well as design for the next 50 houses in 2023. And you can kind of see that evolution and revolving program as it lays out. So this here in front of you today is to receive approval from you and City Council for the pilot program and the design of the next 50 houses, as well as to sign a contract with the Jones Payne Group to help us administer this, as well as a budget amendment to help identify these costs and receive reimbursement. And one last item on the reimbursement, this also ties into the Vermont gas system announcement that we had just a few months ago, where they are helping a tremendous help with the 10% share of this particular grant and the grants that move into the future with approximately $500,000 annually, as well as the remaining 90% coming from the Federal Aviation Administration, up to approximately $5 million annually. I think I said it all.
So just one thing, we will be back for approval once we've identified the contractor for these 10 contractors for these 10 homes pilot program. That's not in here, but the money is in here to do that. We'll have to come back for that approval.
And to add what Larry said, we'll be back with that, and we'll be back every year and multiple times a year to identify each step of the process as we move forward every single year, mitigating these properties.
Thank you, Team Airport. Are there questions? Yes, Councilor Jang.
Yeah, couple of questions. And I think the first one, wanted to know if you already identified the 10 homes or houses that will be participating in the pilot program. And also if those homes are in different municipalities, or are they all in South Burlington?
We have not identified them yet, but they'll be the ones, they'll be in different municipalities, a sampling of each, and they'll be the ones that are most affected by sound.
Yeah. And why now then this proposal don't have, why aren't we only approving the pilot? Why are we approving also the other 50 homes? Knowing that the first 10 you could have identified, better way or a better system, or the system you have in place is not well. Then are you coming back to the drawing board again to be able to do the other 50? And if yes, why didn't we just start with the pilot first and then the 50 over time?
We want to use our time well, Councilor. It's really important that we do piggyback these so that we're able to make better use of time, and then we're able, the sooner we feel, and I know you do as well, the sooner that these homes are insulated, the better off everybody is and our community. And so this will enable us to get there a little sooner by doing it the way that we're doing it.
And we
And
need
just
to establish costs. We need a sample so we can establish costs to move forward.
What were you saying, Nick?
And just to add on to that, Gene, originally, Councilor Jang, that's exactly what we're doing. We're separating these programs because that's how the FAA identified. So we can identify the cost, bid it out, and then move forward with the construction. However, just recently, the FAA allowed us to move forward with the design of the next 50 houses. This is going to put us ahead of this process, put us ahead of coming back to redesign or accomplish the outreach on these next 50 houses and going through that cycle. So this is a huge advantage to us, not only to process the entire 10 houses in the acoustical testing process, which is very complicated, but also get ready to perform the next 50 houses for next year's construction project.
One more thing, what this will also do, this is a stimulus in some ways. This will, there will be jobs for, 25 years with this project. It will be at the same time of putting people to work. It will also be insulating homes and helping us with our green footprint. It has multiple benefits. So when we're talking to our community members or our state, what you are doing right here is huge for our state and for the people in our local community. It's a real big deal. And it shouldn't just be, stuck under the rug or something. This is huge. And it's going to go on and on and on and on. And that is because of accumulated effort from all of us.
Thank you. Any other questions from the council, from the board? Yes, President Tracy.
So how are the ongoing noise monitoring efforts that you're going to be doing? Because you were successful in seeking out the noise monitoring. How do you see that interfacing with this effort?
So it's somewhat two separate projects happening concurrently. So this will be always happening every single year, kind of behind the scenes, the design effort moving forward into the construction of sound insulation. Whereas the sound monitoring project, which we just identified and awarded the contract to the sound monitoring company so that we can install those in 3 communities, one on the north end, one on the south, and one on the west side of the airport, to constantly monitor noise in real time, show it, display it on a website, and then eventually correlate that with radar data. So you as a citizen can go onto the website and identify almost in real time exactly what you're looking at. Very similar to like flight aware or flight radar as you look at an aircraft, but you'll associate that with a decibel level as well. So that's constantly going to be happening once we install that, which we're estimating within the next 6 months, that should be operational as well. The data collected from the noise monitors can confirm some of the noise exposure map criteria, but it's not used to create exclusively the noise exposure map. The noise exposure map, the one that we received approval from the FAA in 2019, will eventually be revised as well, which we again can take the pieces or the data points from the noise monitoring, not exclusively, but some of the data points to incorporate into the next version of the noise exposure map, confirming radar data, actual flights, and those sound levels into the next version of the noise exposure map. That noise exposure map will constantly be revolving as well. Typically every 5 years, the FAA would like to see a new map.
Okay, great, thank you.
Both military and commercial?
The noise exposure map is military, commercial, general aviation, which is some of the smaller aircraft, transient based aircraft. It includes every aircraft.
Will the sound monitoring be as well?
The sound monitoring includes every aircraft. The difference with the sound monitoring is you may not be able to see the radar data from classified military aircraft.
I think I just wanted to make sure we were clear about that.
Great, thank you so much for that.
Great. Any other questions? Are we ready for a motion? Councilor Paul.
Thank you. I would make a motion to take the recommended action as it appears on board docs.
Excellent. Is there a second? President Tracy. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Councilor Pine, how would you like your vote registered? Okay. We will have him not present, abstaining, not present. Okay, great. Thank you, City Attorney Blackwood. All right, the next item, thank you, airport team. I know a lot of hard work has already gone into this and you are continuing. And we thank you for everything that you're doing to not only help our neighbors, but help our local economy, as you said, Jean. We appreciate that.
Thank you all for your time. Have a great night.
Our next item is item 3.08, and that is an HRCT item. I am happy to give you a very quick overview since I put it forward. And that is, you approved a position for the CT office of a senior accounting analyst, I believe in August, and Tony and I did our very best to recruit for that position. It was unsuccessful, and based on feedback that we have received and some other changes that you will hear about shortly in CT of some additional resources I've been able to pull together. We just sharpened this position description slightly so that it wasn't so wide in scope. So I think we will be able to have an easier time of recruiting. And so with that reclassification, we do need to bring that back to you before we post it again. So that is the history. It is the same position that you, or a very similar position to the one that was already approved, but it is before you again, and I'm happy to answer any additional questions, and I'm sure Tony is as well. How would the board like to proceed? Councilor Paul.
So I just have a question. What you're saying is that by reducing the scope, right? Reducing the scope, that you are more confident that you will, based on feedback that you got from potential candidates, that you are fairly confident that you now can fill the position? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch, but we have some leads on some candidates, including internal candidates that would make a lot of sense. And as you know, we have been fortunate, and at the direction of the board where it has made sense, we've pursued outsourcing. What, you know, we have had CLA help us with some of the capital accounting, and we've had a firm called Municap help us with some of the TIF financing, and taking out some of those very niche things, I think will help it to be a more attractive, attainable position.
Okay, that answers my question. I'm happy to make the motion as recommended on board docs, and then I had one additional follow-up after that.
Thank you, Councilor Paul. Councilor Jang.
Yes.
Is that a second or a question?
That's
or both?
I can second it and ask a question too.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
What's your question?
Okay, and it seems as if I'm hearing a lot of positions that are not being filled, you know, within the city, and it seems it is becoming a culture. But for this specific position, I was wondering if, I mean, actually, you received applicants, you conducted interviews, you did not offer the job to anybody, or the job was rejected, or just that piece. Can you clarify that?
We did make an offer we found only one candidate, but it was a candidate that we were very excited about. But it is a competitive market still, despite COVID. It was a local candidate, and they found a more competitive, compelling salary offer in the private sector.
Sounds good. Thank you.
And we reran the ad and we got nobody again. And that's when, as you can see, I have got Rich on here, and Rich, Tony, and I got together with some of the other members of CT and realized that we could keep rerunning the ad, but really a new strategy probably made more sense.
Okay. And I'm just glad that you are wearing both hats, HR and also CFO. And this is just a quick question. For any new position, do we also try to disseminate it internally before we try to send it out as well, right?
Yes, we do. An email goes to all staff.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And I second the motion.
Thank you. And Councilor Paul, did you have another question?
I did. I wish you the best, certainly, if this passes in attracting that candidate with a smaller scope. Since you had brought up the issue of the capital accounting and TIF financing in terms of that being, I think, a lot of people perhaps don't understand that is a very specialized area of accounting. There's a lot of rules with that. It's definitely something that is learned over a period of time. And one of the reasons why the city has gone the consultant route with that in terms of getting us in a better place, given that has been an item that's been in our management letter and something that we have been working on. I was hoping that maybe, even though it's not directly related, but since it was brought up, if you could give an update on how you feel that effort is going.
Of course. I'll give a very brief update tonight, and if you would like something more detailed, I'm happy to provide that. And Rich, feel free to jump in. With the capital accounting, great progress has been made, and we have implemented, beginning this fiscal year, all new processes with capital, with that team. And so I think the auditors are going to be extremely pleased. There have been a few hiccups along the way, but I really want to thank our friends in Team DPW who have worked through them with us, especially Martha, Norm, and Kay, although there have been many others. And what we are now working on is really disseminating that across the organization. A lot of that knowledge has been centralized in DPW, and we'll be getting that across the organization. But in terms of it being systematized and all of the work that went into rectifying and reconciling accounts that hadn't been done for many, many years, all of that is done. And on the TIF side, we are preparing for an audit probably this fall from our state auditor. So Rich has been working, and we've been so fortunate that Jean has let us borrow Marie Friedman, who has some expertise in this area, and they have been working with the firm MuniCap to really make sure that everything we have is all in one place, which it wasn't always because we had so many different people working on TIF, and that it is all buttoned up and will pass the audit with flying colors. So I appreciate you bringing up that point, Councilor Paul, because of course we want as much work to remain in the city and to employ people where it makes sense. But it is true that with these two very specific things, we've realized it makes sense to focus on really the bread and butter accounting and finance work of the city, and those specialized pieces are the pieces that make sense to outsource.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much. I may take you up on that offer to revisit this in March at our, at a future Board of Finance meeting. I think it's been well noted that that is a concern. Obviously not any sort of serious weakness, but certainly a concern, and think that we should do our best to pay attention to be vigilant about the issues that were raised in the management letter and have been in there, again, in other years as well. Thanks very much.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I would welcome the opportunity to brag on what the team has been doing behind the scenes. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we have a first and a second. Are we ready to vote on this item? Okay, all in favor of item 3.08, reclassification of the senior accountant analyst position, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. I thought I saw the mayor join, but I don't see him anymore. So I'm going to keep going and trust that he will interrupt me if he wants to take over. So the next item is item 4.01, which is the Arms Forest Trails Design Build with our friends from Parks, Rec, and Waterfront. Councilor Pine.
I hate to be a stickler, but you really have to ask if there's anyone opposed to the last item. You asked for support.
Is there anyone opposed to the last item? No, it's good. I need you guys to keep me on track. This is what we pay you for, that awesome, huge salary. Anyone opposed? No one is opposed. That's good. Okay. Councilor Paul.
Thanks. Regarding item 4.01, I would make a motion to take the recommended action.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Jang.
Second.
All right, is there any discussion on this item? All right, are we ready to have a vote? Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Please say nay. All right. Teams Parks, Rec, and Waterfront, thank you very much. Go forth and design and build.
Thank you.
All right. Item 4.02, the data center co-location agreement. How would the board like to proceed with this item? Councilor Pine. Is gonna realize he's on mute in just a second.
He has realized it only because you said that. And I'm glad I was, because there was some rather loud noise in the background. I would move to authorize the general manager of BED to execute a master co-location services agreement with Vermont Electric Power Company, Inc. for an amount up to $90,017 with an additional contingency of $5,983, totaling $96,000 for data center co-location services, subject to final review and approval of the city attorney's office.
Excellent, thank you. Is there a second? President Tracy, any discussion or questions? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? No. All right. The last item is a communication from me, and I would also like to thank Katie Kinstead for her help in putting that together, with an update on the COVID-19 budget. on what's been reimbursed and how things are budgeted between now and the end of June. Any questions on that? I don't think we need to vote on it because it was just a communication, but I'm looking to Brian to tell me. I'm not even going to bother City Attorney Blackwood because I know Brian will keep, Councilor Pine will keep me honest.
No, you're right. We don't need to approve it. You're right. I think that's obvious.
Okay, good. Well, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Excellent. Seconded by President Tracy. Without anyone having any objections, let's call this adjourned at 6:40 p.m. As always, thank you for your good humor and your grace. And we will see you on the same place, 7 p.m. Anything else you would like to inform people about, President Tracy?
Yeah, so we'll go ahead and get started at 7. We have a presentation around the 2030 district and that work. And so we're going to start off with a presentation from 7 to potentially 7:30, though we may get into some of the other items having to do with just committee reports and otherwise. Prior to that point, at 7:30, we will transition into the public forum. If you are interested in signing up for public forum, you may do so by going to burlingtonvt.gov/citycouncil/public forum, and that will take you to a fillable form that you then submit, which will then be used for your public forum comments. We do prioritize Burlington residents, and folks will have 2 minutes to provide their commentary this evening. So we've got about 20 or so minutes until that time. So we're just gonna stay on this channel though, so you can rejoin us on this channel if you would like, or just stay on in the intervening period, but we will come right back to this at right around 7 to convene our regular city council meeting. at 7:01. The first thing that we'll do is before we get to the agenda is the pledge, so we'll do that. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty. Thank you. And our next item will be the agenda. Councilor Pine, may I come to you for a motion on the agenda?
Thank you, Mr. President. I've had some challenges with my technology tonight. If you could just bear with me here.
Absolutely. Please just take your time.
Okay. I would move to adopt the agenda as follows. Note presentation slides for agenda item 2.01. Add to the consent agenda item 5.18 communication survey over B Ward 2 resident Ray City Council's vote on the city place development documents should be postponed for 2 reasons, with the motion to waive the reading, accept the communication, place it on file. Add Councilors Hightower and Pine as co-sponsors to agenda item 6.03, impact of University of Vermont budget cuts on UVM community. Councilors Stromberg, Tracy, Hanson, per Councilor Stromberg. Add Councilor Jang as a co-sponsor to this agenda, per Councilor Stromberg. I think agenda item is what was meant there. Note revised version of this agenda item per City Attorney's Office. Note Councilor Shannon has been added as a co-sponsor to this agenda item per Councilor Shannon. Note resolution and litigation. Resolution agreement for agenda item 6.05. Resolution authorization to resolve litigation and execute amended and restated development agreement with BTC Mall Associates. Councilor Paul, per City Attorney's Office. Add Councilor Polino as a co-sponsor of this agenda item, per Councilor Polino. Add Councilors Mason, Carpenter, and Shannon as co-sponsors for this agenda item, per CAO Shad, per City Attorney Blackwood, per Councilor Paul. Add to the agenda item 6.06, reconsideration of resolution, Ray approval of of public safety continuity plan, added to 14/21 at 4:06 p.m. per COS Riddell. Note written material for this agenda item per COS Riddell. Note additional written material, amended resolution for this agenda item, job descriptions per COS Riddell. Remove deliberative agenda item 6.04, resolution honoring essential workers during the COVID-19 pandemic. Remove consent agenda item 5.13, Ray adoption of the Vermont Community Development Program municipal policies and codes for purposes of accepting CDBG CV implementation grant for homeless winter warming shelter.
Thank you, Councilor Pine, for that very long motion on our agenda. Do we have a motion on our agenda? Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Stromberg. Any discussion of the motion on the agenda? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of adopting our agenda, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, hearing none, that passes unanimously, and we now have our agenda. We'll next move into a presentation having to do with the 2030 district here in Burlington, and we have Jenna Antonino Demare and Eric Morrow with us. And so I want to welcome both of them and thank you for being willing to share some information with us. So I'm going to go ahead. I believe we have both of you on.
Yeah, I'm here. Thanks so much, Max.
Great, awesome. Yeah, so thanks for being here and go right ahead. You feel free to dive right in.
Fantastic. Yeah, can you allow me to screen share so I can share some of my slides?
Yes, let me see. Believe you do not have that authority right now.
It says host disabled participant screen sharing.
Okay. Right, I made.
Yeah, I think
that should do
I'm
it.
optimistic that that will do it. Let's see. Okay, so hopefully everybody can see my screen now. And
That looks good.
Great, let me go to this slideshow and I'll play from the top. Wonderful. Fantastic. Well, thank you, Max, and thank you everyone for letting me join your meeting this evening. I am glad to be here and excited to share information with you about the Burlington 2030 district. I know some city council members have attended past Burlington 2030 district educational events and celebrations, and we have also been very grateful for the city and the mayor's support of our efforts to date. And if you don't know who I am, as Max mentioned, my name is Jenna Antonino Damari, and I have the pleasure of directing the Burlington 2030 district, the 17th district, now one of 23, to join a national network and movement of 2030 districts across the United States and Canada. Our local Burlington 2030 district is managed by Burlington-based nonprofit organization, Vermont Green Building Network. I also have the pleasure of serving as Vermont Green Building Network's executive director. And a quick note to start, I understand our partner, Burlington Electric Department, and colleague Darren Springer recently presented to the City Council about district heating. I wanted to clarify that the Burlington 2030 district is a private-public partnership and not related to the district heating initiative. Also, as Max noted, please know that I am joined this evening by our steering committee chair, Eric Morrow, who was integral in the effort to bring the 2030 district initiative here to the state. Thanks, Eric, for being here this evening. So to begin, I am going to give a brief presentation to help you better understand who we are and our mission and vision here in the city, as well as services we offer to the community. And then we'll open up the floor and Eric and I will welcome any questions. So established in April of 2017, our work and mission is to support ongoing local efforts to mitigate climate change, and specifically to work towards reducing building energy consumption, water use, and transportation emissions 50% by 2030. We help property owners to reduce operating costs, save money, increase asset value, and collectively work together to create a healthier community. As already noted, we are a private-public partnership, and I am delighted to share that we now have over 9.5 million square feet committed to working towards the Burlington 2030 district goals here in the city. We have been very grateful to work closely with our two founding partners and local utilities, Burlington Electric Department and Vermont Gas, as well as our wonderful steering committee consisting of many community and professional service provider stakeholders, as well as property owner members. The Burlington 2030 district now has 35 property owner members participating, including the city of Burlington, and nearly 50 members in total, including professional service and community stakeholder members. The city of Burlington officially joined the 2030 district as a property owner manager member in 2018. So thank you for your membership and commitment to the Burlington 2030 district goals. To start, I'd like to talk briefly about the 2030 district's shared vision and the collective action our members are working towards to effectively address the climate change crisis we find ourselves in today. And then I'll share a bit more about what it means to be a member of the Burlington 2030 district. So lucky for us, the city of Burlington and the Burlington Electric Department have been nationally recognized as leaders in renewable energy. I am proud that the city of Burlington sources 100% of its electric energy from renewable generation. Many thanks to one of Burlington 2030 district's founding partners, Burlington Electric Department. Likewise, the Burlington 2030 district is very proud to support the city's ambitious and important net zero energy vision. Still, even with the city and state's important and aspirational greenhouse gas reduction goals, we know there is much work to be done. According to the U.S. Energy Information Administration, the building sector consumes nearly 40% of all energy produced in the U.S. per year. And according to the EIA, the transportation sector consumes nearly 30% of the U.S. energy consumption. Primary sources of greenhouse gas emissions in the US are not surprisingly largely from these two sectors, transportation and buildings. And these buildings in the commercial and residential sectors account for over 40% of greenhouse gas emissions in the US per year. Urban environments alone emit 70% of all global greenhouse gas emissions, and this has global implications. The city of Burlington, with such a large portion of its energy demand coming from commercial properties with a colder climate and older building stock, is certainly no exception. However, this also presents a great opportunity for the building sector, for the city of Burlington. By transforming the built environment to be more energy efficient, the building sector can play a major role in mitigating the impacts of climate change. By 2030, it is estimated that hundreds of billions of square feet of new and rebuilt buildings will be constructed in cities worldwide. We have an opportunity now and in the immediate future to really reshape the built environment. This important opportunity is a shared vision being put forth by this national network of 2030 districts that recognize that planning decisions not only affect building energy consumption and greenhouse gas emissions, but transportation energy consumption and water use as well, both of which have large environmental implications. The Burlington 2030 district is pleased to be part of this national network of 2030 districts, these private-public partnerships forming throughout North America that work towards and meet these 2030 challenge for planning performance goals. These targets that focus on reducing building energy consumption, water usage, and transportation emissions for existing and new buildings by year 2030. Collectively, there are now over 506 million square feet committed throughout the 2030 district's network to these goals, including over 500,000 square feet committed by the city of Burlington. So joining a 2030 district like the one here in Burlington is a voluntary initiative in which building owners and managers actively participate because they think it makes good business and economic sense to do so. 2030 districts aim to ensure that any improvements property owners carry out make economic sense while saving money and reducing energy consumption. Participating in a 2030 district, such as the one here in Burlington, is a collaborative process, a collective action. Ultimately, 2030 districts properties work together as a team towards this shared vision, this shared goal of reducing building energy consumption, water use, and transportation emissions. And ultimately, this strengthens our community and our city's climate resilience. As I've said, I am so glad to have the City of Burlington as a property owner member, and thank you for your commitment to our shared vision and goals. Moreau attended and presented at our launch event in spring of 2018, and we have been so glad to have the City of Burlington as an official property owner member ever since, and key partner. One of the key ways that we provide value to our members is by developing property energy plans. To date, about 65% of our property owner members have received one of these property energy plans from the Burlington 2030 district. So the Burlington 2030 district works with a team of engineers to assist property owners and managers in benchmarking energy use and setting reduction targets. A few years ago, we developed a tool in partnership with Burlington Electric Department, which we refer to as the Property Energy Plan, or PEP for short. Our hope is the customized PEP helps property owners make informed investment decisions. So for the City of Burlington, our team put together a fairly robust property energy plan. I think it's 16 pages in all. And for the city, we developed a portfolio assessment of 12 City of Burlington buildings. And this is a customized property report which includes an energy benchmark for each property, a summary of findings, and a roadmap addressing opportunities for the city to meet building energy reduction performance goals. So ultimately, we hope that the property energy plan helps you to make informed investment decisions. We've provided this PEP portfolio assessment to Martha Keenan. I believe Martha's on the call, and her team, and hope that the city does its very best to meet and or exceed any 2030 district energy performance goals for any new construction or renovation projects moving forward. So here you can see a snapshot of the first page of this portfolio assessment we put together for the city, which illustrates how each property is performing relative to Burlington property type baselines. More recently, we have begun to develop and provide property energy plan updates to some of our earlier property owner members who received these customized PEPs a couple years ago. So for example, in one of our recent PEP updates for the landmark Main Street Landing building on the Burlington waterfront, we found that this particular property owner member, since joining and making changes to her building, saw a 16% decrease in her energy usage. And this has translated to some significant cost savings, which is a real win-win and success story to hopefully inspire others here in the city of Burlington and beyond. So as the city moves forward in creating and adopting new construction and or renovation plans, I'd like to share a bit more about what it means to be a member of the Burlington 2030 district and the performance goals for new construction and major renovations. So here you can see the 2030 district performance goals. These are the goals shared by all 2030 districts and adopted by the Burlington 2030 district as well. So when it comes to new buildings and major renovations, the aspirational goal is to be carbon neutral by 2030. But for existing buildings, Burlington 2030 district members aim to reduce their building energy consumption, water usage, and transportation emissions 50% by the year 2030. While I, of course, wholeheartedly hope that each Burlington 2030 district member does their best to work towards these goals, as noted before, we recognize that this is a team effort, with some properties more easily able to attain or exceed the goals. I believe that the city of Burlington has a tremendous opportunity to lead the nation in bringing to fruition new construction and renovation projects that meet these energy efficiency standards put forth by the Burlington 2030 district and city's important net zero energy vision, which we are so glad to be supporting. I believe we are capable of acting together to do some remarkable things, and our current business as usual will no longer suffice. We only have so many opportunities to build new spaces or renovate old ones in the city of Burlington, and I hope we can seize and put forth designs that meet these important and achievable energy efficiency and transportation goals, which I believe can be a real win-win and save the city of Burlington money long-term. I hope that my remarks this evening encourage this group and city council to work towards ensuring we do all we can to leave the healthiest home possible for our children, like my daughter here, and future generations. Again, thank you so much for this opportunity to speak with city council this evening. And thank you again for your commitment to the Burlington 2030 district. We are thrilled to have the city of Burlington as a property owner manager member, and so grateful to work in close partnership with Burlington Electric Department. And of course, I would be glad to discuss ways that we can continue to collaborate and support your work going forward. So at this point, Eric Morrow, who's also on the call with me, our steering committee chair, and I would be very glad to take questions. And I will stop sharing my screen here. So,
and if you could also just please give me back the hosting responsibilities.
Absolutely. Let me figure out how to do that. Let's see.
You just go to the little 3 dots in the corner. You should be able to.
Oh, okay, yep. Let me see. 3 dots in the corner. I think you should be able to.
No, not yet. There's a little blue box in your corner, in the corner of your video window.
Okay. Let's see. Blue box in the corner. Sorry, Max.
It's okay.
I believe I've allowed you now to share. Are
Yeah,
you able to?
You have to change the meeting host back.
Okay. Let's see.
Okay. Well, while we're working on that, Chief of Staff Riddell is going to work on that as well. But let's open up the floor to Councilor questions. We've got about 10 minutes for questions, Councilors. So please just be mindful of that. Do want to get into the public forum closer to 7:30. And so just if you have multiple questions, try and get some of those answered offline, just so that we're able to give multiple councilors chances to ask. With that being said, are there any questions? Councilor Jane, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Jenna, for being here, and also for the passion during the presentation. I can feel it. Thank you for the passion around this issue.
Thanks.
In one of the slides, you talked about how participating in this project or program will require it for residents to be, it's a voluntary, right? And knowing that currently we do have a ballot item that will go to the voters in terms of district thermal energy. And if it passes, then I want to know where the voluntary piece falls into that. It will no longer be, because the voters will grant the city the power to regulate how they heat their homes.
Absolutely. Yeah, can everybody hear me? Okay, great. I wasn't sure if I was muted still. Yes, thanks so much for your question, and I'm glad you enjoyed the presentation. First, I believe, as I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, district heating, which I think is what you're referring to, is different from the Burlington 2030 district. So we are a separate private-public partnerships, just a totally different program than the district heating initiative.
All right, other questions from councilors? Councilor Hanson, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. This was really great, really helpful. And yeah, I guess my question would be, I've talked with Eric Morrow some about this, but if there were any sort of policies that you all would want to put on our radar as city council that we should be contemplating that could help support a lot of these efforts.
Sure, that's a wonderful question, and I can let Eric speak a little bit more to your question as well. I believe he's on the call too. One piece of legislation that I imagine could be helpful to further bolster our effort as a program would be mandatory energy benchmarking legislation. It's a kind of policy and ordinance that a number of other cities across the US have adopted. I know New York City has such legislation, Seattle, Philadelphia, and some of the other 2030 districts that I know are in those cities. Their success as a program is certainly bolstered by having mandatory energy benchmarking, which, depending on the city, I think that kind of legislation would be required for buildings over a certain square footage. So certainly, I could say that the Vermont Green Building Network, our nonprofit sponsor organization, which I also mentioned I serve as the executive director of, we've had an interest, VGBN, Vermont Green Building Network, in advocating for this type of legislation here in the city. In fact, about 3 years ago, we received a very small Lintillac Foundation grant just to begin thinking about what energy benchmarking legislation might look like in a place like the city of Burlington, and would be very open to discussing more with city council ways that we can help support something like that moving forward. Eric, I don't know if you have anything else to add.
Sure. And I appreciate the council's giving us the opportunity to speak here and all the questions, and strongly concur that this benchmarking ordinance, if it were passed, would be of a great benefit to our mission. And I think it's important to know that if we can make this happen in time, then the results that we're looking for will be achieved within the time frame. If we push it off too long, we kind of lose control of attaining the goal. So there's a sense of modest urgency. And one thing that the 2030 district has done is worked with BED and Vermont Gas to move forward with auto upload, which is the computer mechanization of energy data being uploaded to a dashboard that's all voluntary right now. But what we've done as a district is moved ahead and prioritized those goals, and those goals have already happened. People can already upload their data to a dashboard where they can see their electric utility and their gas utility information on one dashboard. That's the Energy Store Portfolio Manager. So it's been a mission of ours from the very beginning to make this a doable thing where people can have a streamlined process. It's the only way it's going to happen. And we've done a whole lot to bring it to that point. And we're really proud to have the partners that we have and have made the success so far that we've been able to make.
Well, thank you both. And I really look forward to working with you both on that type of policy. I think that would be great.
Yeah, thanks so much. Any other questions that Eric or I can help answer? And thanks so much again for having us this evening.
Yeah, we have time for one or two more, counselors. Anything else? Okay, seeing none, I'll just thank both of our presenters. Thank you so much, Eric and Jenna. Really appreciate you being willing to come here and share this information with us. Certainly look forward to continued collaboration.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Max. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak with everybody.
Excellent.
Thank you.
And I hope that you are now host. Has everything been worked out?
Good. We're good for the public forum.
Okay, good.
So we're a little bit early, just a minute or two early for public forum, but I'm going to go ahead and get us rolling on that because I think don't want to go into committee reports. So I'm just going to go into our public forum just so that folks know. I'm going to be taking signups in the order that they were received. I'll be first going to Burlington residents in the order that they were received, and then going to non-Burlington residents in the order that they were received. This evening, folks will have 2 minutes and to comment on their items per the city attorney's guidance. Do need to hold you to the 2 minutes, so I'll let you finish a sentence or two after that, but I will start to ask you to just please wrap up. Certainly that's just the city attorney's guidance, so really just trying to follow that analysis that I've been provided. And so if people could just please be cognizant of that, and please just direct comments towards the chair if you have any comments, and just refrain from some of from personalizing things as much as possible, and focus on the issues at hand that we're going to be discussing, or other issues that you're interested in raising this evening. With that, I'm going to go to our first speaker. I'll give a second, and I want to give a shout out to Councilor Paul for handling the tech, not the tech, but the timer this evening. We really appreciate that. Is giving a nice break to our clerk staff who've been working hard on facilitating their third election of the year. So Councilor Paul, thank you for doing the timer this evening.
Can you see it, President Tracy?
Yes, I can. Thank you for that.
Great.
I appreciate
Thanks.
that. And if folks are interested in signing up, just before I forget that piece, you can go to burlingtonvt.gov/citycouncil, which is one word, and then /public forum, again, one word. And that will take you to a fillable form that will feed into that spreadsheet, again, going first through Burlington residents in the order received, then non-Burlington residents in the order that they were received. If you did sign up using a phone number, please just let me know what that phone number was by emailing publicforum@burlingtonvt.gov, just so that I can identify you in that. So with all of that having been explained, I'm going to go to our first commenter, which is Jane Nodell. So Jane, I'm going to enable your microphone.
Good evening. Thank you, President Tracy. like to comment on the City Place Development Agreement on your agenda tonight. I applaud the council's commitment to fair labor standards for the construction jobs this project will create if it moves forward after tonight. The language in the section on labor and community workforce that defines the labor standards is the same language as was in the 2016 development agreement, and it is language that the council got from construction trades leaders at the time. We want high wage, high benefit construction jobs, and we want local residents to benefit from these jobs. We do not want to import our construction workforce. We want to rebuild our Vermont workforce and create opportunity for Vermonters. We need this project to move forward. In a post-pandemic world where many downtowns will fail, this project is a lifeline to a better, more inclusive, more vibrant downtown. Please vote yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I was not able to locate Eric Goldfield, so I'm going to go to Daniel Muntianu next. Daniel, I've enabled your microphone.
Hey there, could you guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so my name is Daniel Montanu. I live in Ward 1. I work at UVM where I study biology, and I'll be joining the department as a PhD student in the fall. I've called into these meetings before, but today I'm calling in to implore the council to support the impact of the UVM cuts resolution that's under consideration today. If these cuts are allowed to continue, it would be a great disservice to the college and the entire Burlington community. Not only is the administration proposing to gut whole departments, including classics, religion, and geology, and these departments are integral to the land grant mission of the university, they've actually already cut other programs that are, provide much needed support to faculty, staff, and students. This includes the Campus Children's School, which closed last June, and also TRIO Student Support Services, which for over 40 years has provided extra support for first-generation college students, students who have a documented disability, and economically disadvantaged students. And that was terminated at the end of the fall semester. It's clear that UVM is, and the administration is running this like a business, but that's not what a university ought to be. It's a social good, something like the community gardens that you see all over Burlington. They're meant to educate, enrich society, and do a lot of other great stuff. And we need to make sure that we are, supporting this. And I think the resolution will certainly send a message to the administration. I feel like it, the resolution recognizes the interconnectedness between the university and the city, and that students and workers are an integral part of the Burlington community, and a harm to them will inevitably harm the entire city. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Susan Comerford, to be followed by William Keaton, Carolyn Hanson, and then Matthew Stobling, Kurt Wright, Zoe Kenninger, John Kahlo, Chihu Samson, Christy Delphia, Jess Laporte. So that just gives you an idea of who's coming up. And I'm going to go to Susan Comerford. Yeah, you should be able to speak.
Good evening. Support the UVM cuts resolution. I'm a faculty member and the vice president of the faculty union, United Academics. This evening, I'd like to address the frayed, strayed relations that currently exist between the administration and various constituencies on campus. Is what is viewed as a scorched earth approach to faculty and staff, the people who actually teach and support the development of our students, really what we want here in Burlington at UVM? Do you as city councilors understand the depth of damage that's been done to relations between faculty, staff, administration, and trustees over the past few years? Trust has been seriously broken. The UVM of today is a pale reflection of the institution where I chose to throw in my professional lot. I did so because UVM held and actually aspired to values that inspired me: human rights, social justice values, and importantly, our common ground. In the last few years, and in particular last year, our cherished institution has squandered the goodwill and the esprit de corps of the very souls whose tireless commitment has maintained our university through thick and thin, as administrators have come and gone. City councilors, shared governance at UVM is in tatters. Rather than mutual collaboration for the benefit of our beloved UVM, faculty and staff leaders have become an afterthought, only invited in by the administration in token numbers when forced under pressure. Where is the respect in this? City councilors, a new president was hired without true faculty and staff vetting, thus breaking trust with faculty and staff. Where is the openness here? Our institution professes resistance to all forms of injustice. We seek to reject bigotry, oppression, degradation, and harassment, and we aspire to challenge injustice of any member of our community. Yet the Black Lives Matter flag was removed from the flagpole in front of the Davis Center, again, with no discussion, in the midst of a massive movement for racial justice. Yes, the decision was devolved to the student government, but with blackout dates when parents and others are on campus. Where is the justice in this? Yeah. The administration closed the campus children's center this summer with no consultation with the faculty and staff affected.
I'm really sorry, but your time is up and I do have to hold folks to the two.
Okay, thank you.
No worries. Yeah, thank you. And so our next speaker will be Will Keaton, to be followed by Carolyn Hanson. So Will, I'm going to enable your microphone.
Yes, I'm here to speak on the UVM cuts. UVM has been moving increasingly towards what I would call a neoliberal corporate model, where it's not really even a university. It's just kind of an assembly line pumping out people who will make big money for America. The overpaid administrators at UVM, they don't really do anything other than flex their power over the students and staff to squander what little diversity UVM has. For what reason, I'm not really sure. I guess they don't really care about us or the faculty. So would really appreciate this, approval of the communication with UVM. I also want to speak on the public safety plan. I think a lot of us are concerned because we're really, this was a kind of compromise, and we're really working to build, new institutions that will really be transformative and will actually address people's needs. We don't really want, glorified cops working at the police department who are funded by the police department. Although I do really think, we definitely want, unarmed people responding for mental health calls and, de-escalating and really helping people. But yeah, I see my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Carolyn Hanson, to be followed by Matthew Stobling. So Carolyn, I found you and have enabled your microphone.
Good evening. A cap of 74 officers is too low to support a 24-hour police department. Burlington needs a 24-hour police department. We really have two choices at this point. 8 of the officers who don't count towards the total at the airport, or sell the airport. To me, the first one, just making sure those 8 officers don't count towards the total number or the cap, is the easy solution. Nobody's suggesting or talking about selling the airport. And you can do this. You can do this right now. You don't need to wait for the policing study that hasn't even started yet to tell you what we already know, which is that staffing is at a critical level. You see, it's not the number of calls to the police department, it's the response time. If somebody calls 911 at 3 a.m., it's not about a noisy neighbor. There's an emergency. A delay in response time, even a matter of minutes, because there are no officers on patrol, is not acceptable. Not having enough officers to properly respond will compound that problem. Rescue, fire, crisis, their personnel cannot render assistance until officers have ensured that it's safe for them to do so. I can tell you as the chair of our state's Domestic Violence Fatality Review Commission that in rural areas around Vermont, lives are lost because of response time. The council is micromanaging the police department, and it's having a devastating effect on morale, on retention, and on recruitment. It's too late for us to send officers to the academy this year. We've missed that opportunity. The best we can do is to have some candidates in place for the February 2022 academy. And that's only if we're in a position to start recruiting soon. I believe in, and you can have a holistic approach to reducing violence.
Please wrap up.
Address the root causes of violence and still support an adequately resourced police department. We don't have one now, and the problem's going to get worse if you continue to micromanage it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Matt Stobling, to be followed by Kurt Wright. Matt, I found you and have enabled your microphone.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Matthew Stobling. I'm a UVM student, and I'm asking you to please support the impact of UVM budget cuts on the UVM community resolution. This resolution would show the city that UVM is being watched by the city. As it stands, over 20 academic programs are going to be removed from the university. These cuts are justified by our administration and the Board of Trustees as necessary steps in reducing the deficit caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. However, these justifications are false. These cuts are a strategic move by the administration to remove the liberal arts from UVM and invest instead in job-oriented disciplines. The quote-unquote deficit caused by the COVID-19 pandemic is misleading and false, as UVM has a multitude of funds and reserves that could reserve the deficit and then some. The first three of many professors that have been and will be laid off had combined salaries of around $170,000, while the man behind these cuts, Bill Falls, has a salary of over $270,000. Similarly, our basketball coach received a bonus of $235,000. The priorities of our administration are clear, and they are determined to go through with their plans whether or not the UVM community believes in them. UVM is the only state university within reach for many young Vermonters. It's very important that Vermonters have a well-rounded education. And I want to point out that the past year at UVM has been very hard. Faculty are fearing for their jobs and have worked very hard to provide the best education that they can under very difficult conditions, all the while working under the administration that they have undervalued the contributions of professors and faculty. The UVM administration has always and will continue to manipulate the budget and its community as well. I urge the council to see through the falsehoods that are coming through from the administration and to please listen to students and faculty that are speaking with you tonight and will be speaking with you in the future. Please hold them accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Kurt Wright, to be followed by Zoe Kenninger. Kurt, I have enabled, I'm gonna have to do the panelist thing. All right, you should be able to speak now, Kurt. Kurt, you're on mute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, tonight the City Council has in front of you an incredibly important decision, and that is the decision on the vote to move forward with the City Place project. This is a long time in the making. It is a carefully crafted, carefully negotiated deal, and it is one that is going to benefit our downtown, and it's going to benefit every resident of Burlington if approved. 2 weeks from tonight, we have an election, a very important election, a mayoral election, and I implore you, please do not let politics come into play tonight in this incredibly important vote. Again, this is important for our downtown. It is critical to our downtown. This deal is going to allow us to take back the streets, St. Paul Street, Cherry. It's going to, and it's a great deal. I think it's a better deal than we could have hoped for in these negotiations that went on through marathon negotiations. So for people who vote no tonight, or who vote for amendments that might imperil this project moving forward, I hope you will look every business owner downtown in the eye and explain to them why you did this, or look every taxpayer in the eye and explain why you did this, because this is so critical to our downtown. Businesses are hurting. Taxpayers want to make sure that their taxes can be stabilized going forward. These are things that are going to happen with this. People that work in construction need these jobs, and don't let Mr. Van Duzen's last second ploy here to derail this project work. If what Mr. Van Duzen asked for was to be approved, that would mean that we would be bringing in out-of-state people rather than locals to do these construction jobs. So please don't be swayed by what Mr. Van Duzen has said, and please don't let politics come into play on this. This is too important to our downtown and too important to every single resident, every single taxpayer in Burlington. So please, please vote yes on this. It is critical to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Sometimes if folks have an older version of Zoom on their computer, it does that panelist thing. That's why. So it's a little different. So next speaker will be Zoe Kenninger, to be followed by John Callow. Zoe, I've enabled your microphone, so you should be able to go.
Hi. So first of all, I just want to say I have a request from Jess Laporte to be placed at the end of the queue for now. She's not able to be on the Zoom just yet. On to my comment. My name is Zoe Kenninger. I live in Ward 4. I'm white and I use they, them pronouns. I've been living in Burlington since 2015. I graduated from Burlington High School in 2019. Today, I'm calling on the council to fulfill the promises they made about transforming the police and public safety in Burlington. I was very disappointed to see multiple councilors go against their original vote in favor of the racial justice resolution from last summer and vote in favor of increasing the cap on police officers in the Burlington Police Department. That vote showed an extreme lack of both creativity and commitment to true transformation. Support for Black lives and the fight against police brutality is not a trend to fall out of fashion. It is something that you must strive for every day of your lives, even when it is not politically convenient for you. Despite this, the council has stalled real efforts at police transformation, including voting to uphold the mayor's veto of the Community Control Board charter change, something that could have significantly changed the role of policing in Burlington. Many of the councilors' objections involved ideas of time and claims that the process had been too rushed. They stated that they would have been willing to approve a change after a more lengthy process, yet there have been no attempts to start this process. Others said that much of the charter change could have been accomplished by ordinance, yet there have been no efforts to start drafting those ordinances. After the events of January, it is clear that the Burlington Police Department faces no fear of any repercussions if they attack or hurt members of our community. They have also shown themselves willing to threaten members of the very body that is supposed to hold them in check. Right now, the most important change to public safety is to make sure that the police officers of the Burlington Police Department are held accountable. And I'm calling on the council to uphold the promises that they made in the summer of 2020 and the winter of 2020, and to work towards creating real significant changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be John Callow, to be followed by Shriho Sampson. So John, I believe I've located you and have enabled your microphone. Just take yourself off mute. John Callow. Oh, I was on the wrong one. Okay, 1 second, sorry. There we go, got the right person. There you go. Now, John, you should be able to speak. John, it looks like you're on mute. On your end.
Okay,
Great.
how's that?
That's perfect. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to echo former Councilor Jane Nodell and Kurt Wright's comments by encouraging the council to approve the development agreement for City Place. I think the project is going to result in many benefits for our community, including housing in a downtown location, promoting a walkable community and needed support for our retail sector. In addition, reconnecting Pine and St. Paul Street, embracing some new urbanist planning goals that were disturbed during the 60s. I'd also like to caution the commission against modifying the current development agreement by inserting language requiring union labor. With few exceptions, the construction trades in our market are open shops. Why? Given a dwindling labor force entering and working in the construction trades, the simple reality is that all contractors, subcontractors, and vendors need to offer generous pay and benefits just in order to remain competitive. So by inserting this requirement into a proposed development agreement is a guarantee that jobs will not be awarded to local construction professionals, but to Boston and New York City-based labor where union labor is much more prevalent. So I really do want to echo former councilors Kurt Wright's comments that this is critically important to our downtown, and good luck tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Trejo Sampson, and to be followed by Christy Delphia. And I'll read some further folks on the list. I know that someone just said that Jess Laporte may be getting on later. So if they're not on, I'll circle back through folks again. If they weren't able to get on when I first called them, then Chrysanthemum Harrell, Stephen Margolin, Sophie Aronson, Kate Logan, Julia Irons, Michael Scott, John George Wheeler, John Franklin, Caitlin Morris, and Solvi Overby. And that's it for, well, there's other non-Burlington residents as well. So I will go to Trejo now, and please correct me if I've pronounced your name incorrectly. I always appreciate that help.
Don't worry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Hi, this is Choha Sampson. I am the owner of a single papo, as many of you might know, right across the street from the City Palace. So I'm here today really to urge you vote yes, moving the project forward. The reason behind it is really not so much of, is this a perfect plan? Is this is who's gonna do it or whatever. For me, it's how much the impact were for my business, how long can I stay? So it's kind of like metaphors that you know, everybody told me to jump. So I jumped, I'm in the water already since 2017. Nothing happened. And then we were bad luck into COVID. So my entire business since 2017 has down trail. And then for me to look at it is, yeah, I would like to, business can survive in the end, but how long? Because when the project's starting, there's going to be destructive as well. And I have to plan for it, but I cannot keep waiting. And I really would like to urge you to vote yes, moving forward, to rely on you to get stuff done. Otherwise, I know many of you sometimes see me on the street, keep telling me, you know, we want to support business. I'm a Burlington resident since 2001. You know, I love a single people, I want to support you, but voting a no is telling me, no, you actually don't know how I feel about it. So I putting my faith in your hand for other business downtown as well. I think it is really important to get this over with and in an efficient time frame. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Christy Delphia, to be followed by Jess Laporte if they're on, and if not, I can come back. Like I said, if folks are not on, I circle back and see. So Christy, I've enabled your microphone.
Good evening, Max.
Hey, Christy, go ahead.
I am calling in tonight on the resolution for City Place. I do not believe that this needs to pass. I believe that this agreement does not provide for union jobs, does not provide for prevailing wage jobs, does not provide for jobs with family sustaining benefits, does not create an apprenticeship opportunities for BIPOC communities. And we therefore need to vote no on this agreement. Please vote no and ask the mayor instead to negotiate an agreement with Devonwood that guarantees that union labor will build City Place to better support the Burlington community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Jess Laporte. I've located you, Jess. So I'm going to go to you. Jess, are you on, or do you want? Okay, looks like you're muted on your end. Okay, if Jess, okay, can come back. I'm going to go to our next person, in that case, who is Chrysanthemum Harrell. One moment. Enabled your microphone.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Hi, my name is Chris Harrell. I'm a Ward 8 renter. I'm a member of the UVM Union of Students, and I am calling in support of the resolution by Councilors Hanson, Stromberg, and Tracy in solidarity with the faculty and staff of UVM fighting back against unnecessary budget cuts. The university administration's cuts represent an existential threat to the status of UVM as a public institution in Burlington. If staff members of over 30 years are at risk to be fired despite award-winning service, all of Burlington citizens who rely on the UVM for employment are at risk of losing their job and have already been robbed of their economic security during a global pandemic. UVM is a public institution, and that status needs to be preserved above the neoliberal agenda of the UVM administration. I implore council to support the faculty at UVM and use any possible leverage tools available to you to hold the administration accountable during this time. As a student at UVM, this is incredibly important. I am a student of the College of Arts and Sciences, and I am desperately afraid that many of my fellow students will have the quality of their degrees affected. And, talking to first years, they are very concerned that they won't be able to complete their prospective majors. So I yield the rest of my time and implore the council to support this resolution and take further action in solidarity with UVM faculty.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Stephen Margolin, to be followed by Sophie Aronson. Stephen, I found you and have enabled your microphone. Looks like you're unmuted on your end, but I'm not hearing you. I'm still not hearing you, Stephen.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Stephen Margolin. I'm a Ward 8 resident. I've called in several times before, and this time I wanted to give you a little bit of background about myself. I am a design and monetization consultant working with some really high-level data projects involved in digital worlds. It's fun stuff. I generally charge about $50 an hour for this kind of consulting, but I'm going to give you the next minute and 30 seconds for free, because the most important work I do is looking at data. And when a lot of the discussions last week about community safety came up, lots of different kinds of data were thrown back around. Specifically, Councilor Mason called out that he could have looked at the same data as Councilor Pine and drawn completely different conclusions. And this really illustrates the first problem with data. Data is only good at providing answers to the questions you are already asking. And the questions you are already asking are the ones that favor the status quo and benefit of the people who are already in charge. So if you're looking to create a more diverse and more sustainable data set to analyze your community, you need to be asking better questions. And that leads to point 2. How do you ask better questions? When I work with my partners and I give them advice on how to operate programs with daily users larger than the entire Burlington populace, I tell them to ask better questions. They need to find the voices of the people who aren't being heard already. Those who are part of the status quo, those who have expected power, those who are users of privilege. All of them only give you the data to answer the questions you're already asking. To really understand a wider picture of what you need to create, you need to listen to different voices. It was said last week, and I'll say it again. The voices of the Black femmes in our community are a gift. Thank you. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you. We have Sophie Aronson on next, to be followed by Kate Logan. Sophie, I'm enabling your microphone.
Hello, my name is Sophie Aronson.
I'm a resident of Ward 1 and I'm a first year student at UVM. My pronouns are she, her, and they, them. Tonight, I'm calling on the City Council to support the resolution relating to the impact of the University of Vermont budget cuts on the UVM community. Like speakers before me have already mentioned, the budget deficit has been fabricated, and the administration does have the money that they need. But they're not being transparent with staff, faculty, or students. And I think like even if the council members are feeling ambivalent about the budget cuts themselves, I hope that at least you will vote to put pressure on UVM and the administration to be transparent and clear, because they are running the school like it's a business and not like it's a school. And I think they really need to be taking more input from students and from teachers and faculty as well, because they're really not treating the faculty and educators with value. And I think that it's not respectful. So I hope that the council votes in favor of that resolution. And I relinquish the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Kate Logan to be followed by Julia Irons. Kate, I've enabled your microphone.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. Thank you all for the opportunity to provide comment tonight. My name is Kate Logan, and I'm a resident of the Bright Street Housing Co-op in Ward 3. I'm also the Director of Programming and Policy for Rights and Democracy, or RAD, a grassroots social, economic, climate, and racial justice organization based in New Hampshire and Vermont. I'm also a proud former member of the American Federation of Teachers, local GTFF 3544 at the University of Oregon, as well as a former field organizer with the AFT. Rights and Democracy is a founding member of the Renew New England Alliance, a regional coalition of over 150 labor unions, indigenous groups, and grassroots social, economic, climate, racial, and environmental justice organizations from every state in New England. Our ally, the Vermont AFL-CIO, has sat at that regional table with us since our first meeting. The Renew New England Alliance aims to pass local and state policy that will achieve a zero carbon energy sector across New England by 2030, as well as zero carbon buildings and transportation sectors by 2040. I know that our city councilors support these goals to decarbonize our economy as well as we do. In addition, the Alliance knows that the extractive and exploitative economic system that has created our climate crisis is also the source of the economic exploitation of workers. The Alliance has made it our further goal that all of the jobs that will be created through this effort to redevelop our economy must also require the most equitable labor standards. This should include not only good wages and benefits, but also workplace democracy that's offered by unions, as well as investment in local recruitment and union-led training opportunities for Burlington area residents. Working Vermonters deserve good jobs. They also need workplace democracy, union representation, and workforce development in their own community. This evening, I'm here to urge the City Council to delay their vote on the development agreement for City Place until the developer can come to an agreement that will guarantee at least 50%, but preferably 100% of the jobs created through this redevelopment project to be union jobs. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, sorry to cut folks off. I'm just acting on the city attorney's guidance regarding the 2-minute rule and making sure that everybody has equivalent time on that. So please try. And so our next speaker is Julia Irons, to be followed by Michael Scott. Julia, I've enabled your microphone.
Hi. Thank you. I'm here tonight as a resident of Ward 1 and as a graduate of UVM to urge the council to support the resolution on the impact of the UVM budget cuts on the Burlington community. What I would like to draw the councilor's attention to with respect to this issue is the way in which this issue has been framed by representatives of the administration of UVM when they speak to the press or elsewhere as the necessities of budget cuts which members of the impacted academic departments are unwilling or unable to comprehend. We study literature, or in the case of the geology department, we fall outside the humanities, and we simply can't face those harsh realities. This has been the rhetoric from the administration. I would urge the counselors to pay particular attention to the language in the resolution about the process of subvention. This is a somewhat obscure, at least previously obscure to me, financial process whereby revenue is taken from colleges, added to a larger fund, and then redistributed. My point in mentioning is only to illustrate, as previous speakers have mentioned, the ways in which the budget crisis put forward as the cause for these cuts has been manufactured. Not only a question of salaries being large for the administrators, but also the ways in which money is moved around that the, for example, College of Arts and Sciences brings in. This is a scam. There is a scam being enacted upon the members of the UVM community, the residents of the city of Burlington, and I urge the counselors to take that very seriously and to support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Michael Scott, to be followed by John George Wheeler. So Michael Scott, I've located you and have enabled your microphone. Michael, it looks like you're muted on your end. I've now, Michael, it looks like you just dropped off the call. If we can get Michael back on, I'll come back to them. So our next speaker is John George Wheeler. Give me 1 second to locate. Thank you for indicating the phone number. So I've enabled your microphone, John George Wheeler. If you're on the phone, you should, there you go.
Howdy, calling in from Ward 6. My wife and I have owned a home in Burlington just since May 17, our first home. Prior to that, we both rented for 5 years after college. And at the end of the day, you know, renting and owning in this city is challenging. I think everyone on this call can agree on that. And, you know, without development of additional housing, you know, individuals don't even have the opportunity to even attempt to overcome that challenge. And I'm calling to request approval for development of City Place. And, you know, we really need to fill that hole with something that's going to be, at the end of the day, good for the city and our community. That development unto itself won't be the end all be all. It's a step in the right direction. You know, delaying that decision prolongs this seemingly timeless conflict that's existed in the city. It also prevents students, young professionals, even low-income families or individuals from having access to housing without moving outside the city and having to own a car, etc. So, you know, I think this development will invigorate Burlington and Vermont as in my personal opinion, one of the more real capital of the state, and it, you know, it also provides my employees to have the opportunity to stay and live in town. And, you know, that being said, let's put people to work for the next 5 years while this project gets completed. You know, that's what's important to me. Appreciate your time. Cheers.
Thank you. Also appreciate you indicating the phone number. That helps so much when folks do that. If you are calling in, just let us know. You can send an email to the publicforum@burlingtonvt.gov email. Kate Morris is next, and we have to be followed by Solvi Overby. So Kate, I've enabled your microphone, and right before you go, I was not able to locate John Franklin. So Kate, go right ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. I'm Caitlin Morris, a Ward 5 resident, graduate of UVM, and director of United Academics, UVM's faculty union. I strongly believe in the importance of inclusive processes for decision-making and in taking care of our people and our community. That's one of the reasons I work as a union organizer. Many of the UVM administration's decisions and actions over the past year have created an incredible amount of anxiety and deep discontent among UVM community members, on top of an already stressful time in this pandemic. What many of us have been asking is for the UVM administration to be more transparent in their plans and goals, to be more inclusive of UVM employees and students in their planning and action taking, and to be more humane and thoughtful in their treatment of employees, including in preserving income and jobs to the full extent possible. I want to thank all of you on City Council for your support of this resolution, and especially Councilor Stromberg for taking the lead on this. It is a meaningful step, and I hope the UVM administration hears it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Solveig Overby, to be followed by Eliza Fairs. Solveig, I found you and I've enabled your microphone.
Hi, my name is Solveig Overby. I'm a resident of Ward 2 in Burlington's Old North area.
Can you just, I'm getting a little bit of fuzzy feedback and I just...
Maybe back off?
I don't know.
Can you hear me any better?
No.
How about that?
No, it's like a fuzziness. I don't know what's going on.
Well, hold on here. Let's just see if there's a there's audio settings that might be some background muting of some sort. How about this? Is that any better?
No, it's like a... it went away for a second.
Well, it's hard to know. I'm not sure what to do here. Is it unintelligible?
No, I can hear you. It's just distracting. I just wanted to give you a chance to...
Yeah, well, I'm not sure if there's any, I'm using a computer with a monitor, an external camera and monitor microphone. So maybe I'll speak slowly. Will that help?
Yeah, and speak loudly, please, and then...
I'll speak loudly and slowly.
Yep, go ahead.
All right, so let's start. Most of you know me, Solveig Overby, and I'm speaking on Council's Agenda Item 6.05, the development agreements with BTC Mall Associates, also known as the City Place Project. Burlington is definitely ready to see something happen with the current pit at the center of Burlington. However, regardless of what anyone thinks about the proposed new plans, I ask that the City Council delay its vote on the new City Place development documents for two important reasons. First, City Council should not approve those agreements until the city's New World accounting system and project management module are properly implemented to ensure accountable use of project funds. The last 10 years of the city's annual financial audits reveal continuing problems with the city's capital projects accounting procedures, including TIF-funded projects. Therefore, City Council should not commit the city to these proposed financial arrangements until the council can assure itself and taxpayers that commitments made through the agreements can be properly managed in the city's accounting system. The second reason is city councilors and city residents have really had inadequate time to review the more than 160 pages of complex documents themselves to ensure that the terms are understood and serve the city's interests. This has in large part been due to the time constraints about the March elections and campaign. The drafters and the proponents of these documents definitely know the agreement's terms very well. However, the public will discover the details in the future when it's too late to question them unless they're given adequate time to digest them. This is too important to Burlington to do this as a rush job. My full communication on this is filed in the consent agenda at item 5.18. That document provides extracts and links to the 10 years of auditors' management letters, which repeatedly recommend that the city must improve its capital project accounting practices. Please wait and please delay and vote at another time certain in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Sorry about that feedback. The next speaker is Eliza Fairs, to be followed by Christopher Aaron Felker. Eliza, I've enabled your microphone.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great.
My name is Eliza Fairs. I'm a UVM student and resident of Ward 1. I'm asking you to please support the impact of UVM budget cuts on UVM community resolution. This resolution would show that the city that UVM so often relies on is watching its administration. As it stands, over 20 academic programs will be removed from the university. These barbaric cuts are justified by our administration and board of trustees as necessary steps in reducing the deficit caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. These justifications are false. The cuts are a strategic move by the administration to remove the liberal arts from UVM and invest instead in entrepreneurial and job-oriented disciplines. The deficit caused by the pandemic is misleading and false. UVM has a multitude of funds that they could reach into and reverse the deficit and then some. 3 professors have already been laid off and their salaries combined equal $170,000, whereas the dean, Mr. Bill Falls, of College of Arts and Sciences has a salary of over $270,000. The priorities of our administration are clear and they are determined to go through their plans whether or not the UVM community believes in them. These cuts came out of nowhere, which was part of the strategy. It was intentional that the cuts were announced when they were. The administration has been planning this for years and needed an event like a pandemic to justify their neoliberal plans. It is challenging to organize against a powerful administration when you're grading papers, finishing finals, and living through a pandemic. We will no longer be gaslit by the administration with claims that they are serving our best interests and that the College of Arts and Sciences does not make enough money or have enough graduates to justify a department. I urge the council to see through the falsehoods that are coming from the administration, and instead listen to the students, faculty, and staff that are speaking to you tonight. Whether or not this resolution leads to any direct result is not important. The UVM administration needs to be made aware that the city, state, and nation are watching this administration and similar administrations across the nation. Please hold them accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Christopher Aaron Felker. Enabled your microphone, Christopher.
Good evening. Terrific. So I am calling this evening in support of 6.05, the City Place project. It'd be hard for me to present a case more authentic than what we heard earlier this evening from Chuho Sampson. So I won't even really try. If you support Single Pebble, support this project being completed in a timely manner. On another note, we're also talking about over 400 houses, new homes for Burlingtonians. Everybody on council knows we have a dangerously low vacancy rate in this town. It contributes every day to housing insecurity, and by adding 400 homes, we are helping Burlingtonians secure their housing in the future. I asked City Council to please approve this measure to advance City Place project in a timely manner. And on a different note, I also support the resolution 6.03 from Councilor Stromberg regarding the impact of UVM budget cuts. So sorry to double dip, but I had to get that in there too. I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you. I was not able to again locate Eric Goldfield. So I'm going to go back. I've located Jeff Laporte. I've located you again. I'm going to see if I can get you on. Jess, I've enabled your microphone. Jess, are you Jessica Laporte? Jess. Okay, could not. Okay, so our next speaker, just gonna try and see if we get these. Michael Scott, I found you. I'm gonna come back to you. I've enabled your microphone. Michael Scott, it looks like you're muted on your end.
Hello, am I unmuted now?
Yep, go ahead.
I'm sorry for that earlier. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm a current UVM student, and I'm calling in support of the city to approve the city place development. My knowledge of housing in Burlington is rather limited, but I do know that me and current UVM students are looking to stay in Burlington. And as many of you do know, many of the Burlington UVM students are out-of-staters, and after they graduate college, they go back to the states which they're originally from. I and some of my other UVM students believe that if the city place development were to be put forth and produced, we believe that many of the UVM students would stay put. And a closing statement would just be that the council to approve the city place development. Thank you for your time.
I was not able to locate John Franklin on this, so I'm going to go back. Now we're going to get into non-Burlington residents with David Van Dusen. I believe you're, I know, okay. I believe I found you, David. If you could unmute on your end.
Yes, thank you. As president of the Vermont AFL-CIO, I want to be very clear. We want to build City Place, but here's the thing. We need it to be built with union jobs. There is nothing in this agreement before you, not one word that would provide even 1 hour of union labor on this project. This is a major project. Only through having it being done by union labor can we guarantee fair wages. Can we guarantee safe working conditions? Can we guarantee family sustaining benefits? Can we guarantee priority apprenticeship opportunities for women and people of color? This is what we need to do. We need a no vote on what's before you tonight. We need for Don Sinnix and Devin Wood to come back with an agreement that gives mandates and says we're going to do union labor on this project. We have worked tirelessly for the last 6 months to secure hundreds of millions of dollars potentially of funding for this through the National AFL-CIO. In the 11th hour, Don Sinnix is looking into going in another direction. We have asked him to sign a labor agreement with us that would provide for union jobs on this project. He has refused to do this. We believe that with a no vote, we will have the ability to go back and to negotiate a fair agreement that provides for good local union jobs. And let's be clear, we have 1,000 members in the Vermont building trades. We absolutely have the ability to build this project. But look, what's before you tonight is a simple question. Are you going to toe the line of an out-of-state developer looking to make money off the city of Burlington? Or will you stand with your local unions and fight to make sure these jobs are done right, to make sure they are done with union labor? This is a vote that will basically tell the world if Burlington is a pro-union city or not. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Tim LeBombard, to be followed by Liz Medina. Tim, I've enabled your microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
My name is Tim LeBombard. I'm president of the Vermont Building and Construction Trades Council, a 32-year union member, and I currently live in Chittenden County. I just would like to dispel some of the fallacies that were stated. There's more chance of having completely local employees if the job goes union, because we're required to do so. We can get people from out of state if necessary, but that's the last resort to finish the job. The wages that are going to get paid union are going to be more because of the benefits that people get. I know people that go from union to non-union, they may get the same hourly rate, but they have no benefits or they have to pay for additional benefits. Solvig was right. The lady that was talking about taking a little bit of time. We have been working on this long enough, and I don't think you should rush into it, because the only way that there's going to be any safety for an employee is to have a union contract. That opens it up to any non-union people that want to come in, but if it's non-union and it stays non-union, Union workers are not allowed to work there. It's against a union contract. As you know, they could salt, but I think the only fair way to do this is to have a union stipulation or safety for them. And if we can't get that, I don't think you should vote yes. It should be a no. And the reason there's a lot of housing now is because of the AFL-CIO and the labor unions trying to push for a HUD and getting that amount of low-income housing there. It wasn't generated by the freewheeling and friendly developers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker will be, let's see, will be Liz Medina, to be followed by Kelly Devine. Liz, I'm enabling your microphone.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. Good evening, everyone. My name is Liz Medina. I am the Executive Director of the Vermont State Labor Council, AFL-CIO. I've had the pleasure of speaking with many of you, and thank you for the opportunity this evening. This is a very clear issue. This current agreement does not have a commitment to union labor, and without union labor, we cannot guarantee that there will be safety on the job, that it will be done well, or that there will be benefits and wages that will sustain the local economy. We aren't going to get people into apartments and into businesses if they don't have the wages and disposable income to do it. We don't want to just keep building for the sake of building. I've seen that before. Empty buildings sit around, nobody can afford anything, and it's just a race to the bottom. We need to stand with union labor, which is the way that our country has historically given working people, regular people, a decent way of living and being able to afford homes, housing, go and shop and eat at businesses. So, it's pretty clear to me that we need to vote no on this so we can negotiate something that does stipulate for union labor. I don't think just rushing through this vote is going to get anything done any more quickly. The developer has delayed and found problems with financing over and over. And so, there's no guarantee just by voting yes that this is going to happen any quicker. In fact, we've been working really hard to help the developer get the financing so we can move ahead. We think we can do this better, and I encourage you all to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Kelly Devine, to be followed by Danielle Bombardier. Kelly, I've enabled your microphone.
Thank you, Council President Tracy, and members of the council. I'm sure it's no surprise to many of you to have me on speaking on behalf of moving forward the City Place Burlington project. This project is important to our downtown business members because of the housing it brings, because that's more people downtown eating, shopping, using our resources. The reconnection of the streets is really important to Burlington's future, I believe, to make us more walkable, to make things more accessible. But now more than ever, I feel like there is some sense of urgency around this project. Our downtown businesses, as you've heard earlier tonight, and will continue to hear, are really hurting after this pandemic. They were already hurting when the mall closed down. There were some popular stores in there that brought a lot of visitors. We can't get people here from Canada. Our tourism is down from the pandemic, but the loss of the mall also reduced the number of people who would come to Burlington. And we knew we had to get through that because we could see a brighter future on the horizon. I know that this plan isn't perfect. I also do know that the local folks that will be running the project have an excellent reputation for how they treat their employees. I understand from the developers that they are open to discussing the possibility of a union contract, that they've worked hard on this potential financing agreement that will allow for that. But in the meantime, time is of the essence. We need to give our downtown businesses a reason to hope, a reason to stay open or reopen, because we have many that are in hibernation right now. Burlington is a local downtown that employs thousands of local people. The contractors involved and the new owners of the mall employ hundreds of local people. We need these construction jobs to keep downtown going, and we need the project to move forward as quickly as possible. Your downtown businesses and residents and community needs you. Please vote yes.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Danielle Bombardier, to be followed by Alex Sturgis. Danielle, I've enabled your microphone.
Thank you. Good evening. My name's Danielle Bombardier. I am a electrician with the IBEW, Local 300, and I am speaking tonight to urge you to vote no on the City Place agreement. The agreement does not provide for union jobs. Currently, many union workers who are Vermont residents actually travel for work because they need the benefits provided by union contractors, and they'll leave Vermont offering them a job in the city of Burlington, where many of them live, would keep them local, keep them working local, and giving them the wages that they deserve, bringing the workforce back home to a dignified job. The agreement does not provide for any apprenticeship guarantees, which a union agreement would guarantee that folks are properly registered as apprentices and receive proper training. And with respect to housing, the HUD agreement actually would guarantee more affordable housing for the residents of Burlington. That being said, I yield the rest of my time. I urge you to vote no.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Alex Sturgis. Alex, I've located you and have enabled your microphone.
Hey, could you just quickly try to find Jess Laporte again? I know she's on, so if you just look for her quickly. Is that possible?
Yeah, I found Jess.
Okay, can you let her go ahead of me?
Sure.
Thanks.
Jessica, I've enabled your microphone.
Hi, good evening, City Council. Thank you, Alex, for making my presence on the line known. Unlike many other weeks, I was not able to listen to the entire meeting. It is apparent to me, though, listening in to other members of the public speaking on a variety of issues, how much so this city is in a few unique opportunities for change and somehow stuck in a rut of the status quo. I was calling in tonight to speak on behalf of meaningful reform in policing, but issues like just cause and issues like having union contracts in the city, the City Place building, these are all a combination of initiatives that are led by people raising their voice to our elected officials. And I know that in the fight for true police transformation in Burlington, we have been met over and over and over again with stone walls and unchanging opinions where people are voting along party lines and moving forward basically what they thought even before hearing from the public. And so I'm calling in tonight to say that I as a Burlington resident, still want meaningful community control of police. I want meaningful progress towards accountability for police, and I believe community control is one of those mechanisms. And somehow in the mayor's veto, this entire issue has been silenced and pulled off the agenda. And I think it is incredibly important, no matter what analysis is going on, to continue to push forward in actually exploring pathways towards this. As a resident of Burlington, events recently have reminded me that it is very easy, not only for me as a woman of color to be profiled, but that this city does not have my back. I'm very thankful for the residents who do, and I'm thankful for people who continue to stand up. But the police union is out of control, and the Burlington Police Department lacks accountability and leadership, and many of you on this council are enabling it.
Thank you. Okay, now I'll go to Alex Sturgis, and again, just ask that folks try and stay to the 2 minutes per city attorney's guidance. Go ahead, Alex.
Hi, my name's Alex. I'm a white cis woman. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm a lifelong resident of this area. I'm glad Stephen brought up his billing rate because I noticed today that all of my public comment that I've written over the past month is in one document, and it's currently single space 10 pages long, and I charge $125 an hour as a paralegal. But the input that you've gotten from BIPOC femmes, keep in mind, is priceless. So just be aware of that. This pandemic has caused immeasurable pain, mostly to BIPOC and other historically marginalized folks. And it's also been the genesis of great ingenuity and innovation as people have been forced to pivot away from the way that things have always been done. It's amazing to see what things are suddenly deemed possible in the face of a challenge like this pandemic. That job that you were told could never be done from home suddenly can. Sale of to-go mixed drinks, it's legal now. That officer who can never be removed from the force, he's gone. We can change, we can pivot. Transformative, holistic, community care-based change is possible. But first, we've got to pull back the curtain and see who stands to benefit from the status quo, because it's those folks that will continuously block that change. And there's a lot of talk, especially now with the emergence of the vaccine, of returning to normal. I don't want to return to normal, and you shouldn't either. I fear that some of you have lost the forest for the trees. Let's not forget why we are talking about policing in the first place. Let's not forget what your job description is. Let's be clear. You have backed Burlingtonians into this corner about police staffing because you refuse to allow community control of the police on the ballot. And by you, I mean the mayor and councilors who would not override the mayor's veto. Don't forget that Kent lives on Won't Street. Other parts of the country have managed to implement community care measures just fine, or community care around policing just fine, according to the first 6 months progress report of the Support Team Assisted Response, or STAR program out of Denver. They've responded to 748 incidents, none of which required police or led to arrests or jail time. The civilian team is made up of one mental health clinician and one paramedic. They handled close to 6 incidents a day from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday, in high demand neighborhoods. These numbers would have been higher if they were better staffed. We can have safe, nurturing, healthy, vibrant, and equitable community where everyone feels safe. But it isn't through more police. Black Lives Matter.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Grace File. Grace, I've enabled your microphone, and Grace is to be followed by Jimmy Lees.
Hi, Max. Thank you so much. So I just wanted to echo what Alex and others have said. I'm here to advocate for community control of police and to also advocate for alternatives to public safety, such as alternatives that include deploying mental health professionals and people who are trained to respond to emergencies to deal with the highest volume of calls that we receive in our community, which are mental health calls and which are calls where people are dealing with issues like addiction and substance abuse that are not that police are not trained or equipped to handle. Just today, the Portland Street Response Team started and hit the streets in Portland, and they are a team of non-police people, just like Alex was talking about in Portland, that are meant to deal with all of these calls where we don't need to have police and we don't need to have people with weapons going out into our community and oftentimes inflicting more harm than good. And just to speak to the person who spoke earlier and was concerned about response times in the middle of the night, there will always be people to respond to emergencies. None of this has ever been about taking away emergency response capabilities. We will still have a fire department and there will still be people to respond to emergencies. What we are talking about is who do we want? What people do we want to respond to emergencies? Do we need cops with guns to respond to emergencies? Or do we need people who are actually trained and properly equipped to go into our community and help people in our community? Police are not trained to do those things, and they're put in this position where they have to fulfill all of these different roles. So I wanted to add that into the conversation. I really hope that we go forward with the CSOs and the CSLs. This is a huge opportunity for us to move forward and really, really transform public safety in our city. So I hope we all are moving forward and taking that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I was not able to locate Thomas Curran. So I'm going to go to Jimmy Lee's next. Jimmy, I've enabled your mic. Jimmy Lee's. Jimmy, it looks like you're muted on your end.
I got it. Okay, sorry about that. I urge you to please hold off approving the City Place resolution and vote no pending Devonwood agreeing to union jobs for the City Place construction. Union jobs are the best way for Burlington to achieve livable wages. The assault on unions since the 1970s has largely been responsible for the vast increase in income inequality in this country and the static or declining income for working people. The best way to support and build the building trade unions here in Burlington is to hold off on approving the resolution until an agreement is reached for union labor on City Place. The AFL-CIO worked hard to reach such an agreement with Devonwood. If no agreement is reached tonight before the vote, I urge the council to vote down the resolution until Devonwood and the union can come to an agreement for union jobs. The project has long been delayed, and there's really no rush now that requires voiding even the possibility of an agreement for union jobs. Any serious developer concerned about time would have reached an agreement with the union before the meeting tonight. If it will take a no vote first to push Devonwood to work out an agreement, that is the right thing to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker, thank you, Councilor Mason, for helping me find John Franklin. I believe I've located the correct one. So I've enabled that mic under Glynis Fox. So that should, I think, be the right one.
Hello, hello.
Yes, is this the
Can you
right
hear
one?
me?
Yes, is this the right one?
Great.
John Franklin.
I have, I'm gonna give this over to John Franklin.
Okay, great. Glad we were able to find you. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. My name is John Franklin. I live in Ward 5. I'm the chair of the Department of Classics, one of the programs slated to be cut at UVM. I urge you to support the resolution on the negative impact to the city of the university's proposed cuts. People choose to work at UVM primarily because they are attracted to Vermont and its way of life. The whole city benefits from the values, activism, and cultural contributions made by UVM faculty, staff, and students. I'd like to give a few specific examples of what our department contributes to the community, bearing in mind that we're only one of many programs that are being terminated or terminally damaged. For 45 years, we've hosted Vermont Latin Day, which brings hundreds of high school and middle school students to campus each year from all over state. For many of these students, it's the first time they meet kindred spirits excited by what they are interested in, and they learn what opportunities can be had by pursuing their higher education in state. We've also engaged in teaching at the women's prison. We've taught military veterans in life-changing and even life-saving experiences by reading Homer's Odyssey. Our productions of ancient drama involve community artists and BHS students, staff, and teachers. Our land grant mission also extends to the residents of Connecticut, Maine, and Rhode Island who come via the New England Board of Higher Education tuition discount program, which UVM's administration has willfully buried. UVM is planning a multi-year program of cuts that will strip the university of meaningful education in the humanities and arts. This will decrease the contributions that can be made to the city and that all residents of Burlington enjoy and benefit from. When we all retire in 10 years, we will not be replaced, and it'll be a huge hit to the cultural contribution that UVM makes to the city. I therefore urge you to support this resolution, because only public pressure will have any impact on this administration, which responds to is not responding to its students, faculty, and staff in the what should be the official channels of review. So please support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker will be Julia Pupko. I'm enabling your microphone.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, my name is Julia Pupko. I use she, her pronouns. And the first thing I want to speak on tonight is agenda item 6.03. I am a former alumni of the University of Vermont and still work part-time for UVM. I just wanted to remind this council that UVM has a long history of disregarding their staff and their students, which are the components of a university who are supposed to matter, while continuing to pay the people in power more and more money. And to kind of summarize these thoughts and tie into the next thing that I want to talk about, I recently applied for another position at UVM, which now I'm thinking about not even going for if I get an interview, but UVM now apparently requires diversity statements, and this was the end of my diversity statement. So it is all well and good to have a diversity statement requirement, but where is the action to back it up? Where were you, UVM, when your Black, Indigenous, and students of color felt unsafe in 2018 and led a campus-wide protest? Where were you when John Mija went on hunger strike? Where were you this past year as the Battery Park movement erupted, demanding accountability of BPD and true community oversight of police? Where is your action, UVM? You are defined by your actions, not by your words. Right now, your words say one thing and your actions speak loud and clear of inaction. Inaction is complacency, inaction is complicity. And I would also like to remind the council that the same goes for disregarding what community members have been telling you are needed over and over for months. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Zandy Wheeler, to be followed by Lori Mokut. Zandy, just give me a second to find you. Zandy, I'm not able to locate you. Cannot find you, Zandy. I'm going to go to Larry. Larry, I'm also not able to locate you. Yeah, Larry and Zandy, I cannot find either of you. And not seeing any other signups at this point. So I'm going to go ahead and close the public forum. So with that, we've gotten through everybody that I was able to locate this evening. Thank you to all our speakers for that. Very much appreciate it. We will now get into our agenda itself. So the next item on the agenda is the climate action report or climate emergency reports. Sorry. So does any counselor have a climate emergency report that they'd like to offer? Okay, seeing none, I will go and move on to the next item, which is adoption of our consent agenda. Councilor Stromberg, may I please have a motion on the consent agenda?
Yep, I'd move to adopt the consent agenda as amended and take the actions indicated.
Okay, we have a motion from Councilor Stromberg. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Pine. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, let's go to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, hearing none, that passes unanimously. We are now into our deliberative agenda, but I do want to make sure we deal with the Board of Civil Authority. So I'm going to recess the City Council meeting and go into the Board of Civil Authority. I believe this is a meeting that Mayor Weinberger, you'll need to take over for this one. Mayor, are you able to? Okay, I guess we can come back to that. I'll go back into the regular City Council meeting, and we can go back into that at another point in the meeting, and we'll just get into the deliberative agenda. So let's get into that deliberative agenda. The first item on the deliberative agenda is 6.01, a resolution licensing fee waivers for ADA qualified service animals. I'm going to go to Councilor Shannon for a motion on that.
Thank you. I move to waive the reading and adopt the resolution and ask for the floor back briefly after a second.
Okay, so Councilor Shannon has made a motion on 6.01. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Pine. Go ahead, Councilor Shannon.
Thank you. We got I think the full council got a communication from a constituent who uses an ADA service animal. And she alerted us to the fact that at one point the clerk's office was not charging a fee for licensing of these animals, and they all do need to be licensed. And more recently, the fee was seemingly reinstated. I suspect that what happened was that the fee wasn't being charged, but we didn't actually have a policy in place to not charge the fee. So this would make it legal for the clerk's office to not charge that fee except for the $8 that's required to go to the state. And in order to qualify for that, there are two questions that the ADA permits to be asked to establish if this is an ADA service animal. And so the form will, if somebody wants to apply for this waiver, the form will ask these questions. I asked for this to be put in all stages of passage because if we went through the normal process of 2 readings and sending it to the ordinance committee, it wouldn't make it back in time for this year's licensing. So that's why I am asking for what I think is a pretty modest step to accommodate service animals and the people who rely on them. And I appreciate the unanimous support that this received at the Board of Finance. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Shannon. Any further discussion? Now ready to vote? Okay, all those in favor of item 6.01, the resolution on fees for fee waivers for ADA qualified service animals, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That carries unanimously, which brings us to our next item, which is item 6.02. Councilor Shannon, I'll come to you for a motion on that.
Sorry, I muted myself. I move to waive the reading, accept the communication, and place it on file. I'm sorry, that's not the right one.
Yeah, no worries.
I move to waive the rules, place in all stages of passage, and adopt the ordinance.
Thank you for that, Councilor Shannon. Is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Councilor Stromberg. Did you want the floor back, Councilor Shannon?
No, I spoke to this in my previous statement. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Any further comments from councilors? Okay, if we're all set, let's go to a vote. All those in favor of 6.02, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Which brings us to our next item, which is item 6.03, a resolution regarding the impact of University of Vermont budget cuts on UVM community. Councilor Stromberg, may I please have a motion on this item?
Yeah, I move to waive the reading, adopt the resolution, and ask for the floor back after a second, please.
Okay, thank you. And just for clarity's sake, which version? There are two versions on board docs. Is there one
The
that you're looking
revised
to?
version, please.
Okay, so the one that's up top that clearly says revised. Okay,
Yeah.
great, thank you. Okay, excellent. So we have a motion from Councilor Stromberg. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Shannon. Go ahead, Councilor Stromberg.
Thanks. So there is a lot of good out there in the world, a lot of good people, but we cannot sugarcoat the true nightmare reality that has overtaken the UVM community regarding faculty, staff, and students. These draconian budget cuts that we've been seeing at UVM could not have come at any worse time. This issue here is simply about people, not politics, not procedure, not profit, but people and families. On December 2nd, just a couple of months ago, the Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences sent a letter to UVM faculty and staff announcing the termination of 3 departments, 12 majors, 11 minors, and 4 master's programs. This announcement was made with literally no consultation or any process that included the hundreds of affected faculty, staff, and students. So my first instinctual question to that, even when I saw that back then, was, where's the transparency in that? There are numerous values that UVM ascribes itself to, and I believe it is incredibly hypocritical that there is an obvious disregard for democracy and inclusion in their decision-making. This is unfortunately not a new pattern, but this year it's different. This year, UVM is exploiting a global pandemic to further marginalize vulnerable educators and staff. A lot of the people who spoke in tonight basically said that. And I personally believe that job security is physical health, it is mental health, it is well-being, it is growth, and it is safety. And I can't think of a more disrespectful and heartless expression of disregard than the cuts that we've seen toward faculty and staff. From an educational standpoint, and also as a graduate of the university, but specifically the College of Arts and Sciences, these liberal arts programs offer a well-rounded education, one that is unique and fortified by social sciences and language and culture and art and music and science, things that we take a lot of pride in having within our community. So, this resolution itself wouldn't even be on the floor tonight if it weren't for the dedicated organizers that were behind this effort, people who have personally been impacted by these cuts and genuine inequity that has been perpetuated throughout the UVM community because of the lack of thoughtful leadership. I am endlessly grateful to the faculty and staff and families that have literally given and given and given to their community for only the true betterment of it. And we're talking about highly qualified and invaluable people. And as a UVM alum, I have a lot of favorite professors and coworkers. And I can honestly see their faces as clear as day. I worked at the Howe Library, the Tutoring Center, the Student Accessibility Services Office, which is under the TRIO umbrella that one of the speakers had mentioned. And all of these departments are critically crucial departments within the university. I have seen the necessity of each one of those firsthand. And if anything, it's only has grown, honestly, especially with the pandemic. And, you know, the thing is to know how hard this looming job insecurity during a pandemic has been on these people, and to know that they are not being treated with the dignity that they deserve, it's not just heartbreaking or immoral. It's literally like it is that, but it's more so the fact that like it's the very opposite of the values that we hold as a community. And so it's like, what has UVM leadership demonstrated with these acts? As leaders, we should be always asking ourselves, what is our goal? What is the mission for our community? And how do our decisions get us there, right? And the very fact that we even need a resolution to call upon the leadership of UVM to be responsible in a way that goes deeper than fiscal priorities is, to me, like heinously disturbing. We need to hold the largest institution in our city accountable and lead by example for what is expected from higher education institutions that are so deeply interwoven with Burlington life and just around. I mean, it's a huge, people come in from all over to go to UVM. That's a fact. Our standards need to be higher, and you know, it's not by any means out of line or unreasonable for us to make this actually overdue request to UVM. So I want to thank the organizers who have been doing this work for far too long and have been just a joy and amazing to work with. I've learned so much from you. I will continue to do so. I also want to thank the co-sponsors of this resolution, Councilors Tracy, Hanson, Hightower, Pine, Jang, and Shannon, and others for their input too. And tonight I'm asking the council to send a clear and truly firm message, united tonight, to call upon the administrators of the University of Vermont as an exemplary model of Burlington values to prioritize protecting jobs, to respect staff's right to organize, to work with UVM faculty and staff to reverse regressive austerity measures aimed at vulnerable educators and staff, to cease non-educational bonuses, and instead to make decisions with employees recognizing the community value of a liberal arts education and rewarding educational investments of lecturers with job security that reflects their skills and value, and sustaining the foundational focus higher education must provide to serve the needs of the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Stromberg. Are there other councilors wishing to speak on this item? Councilor Hanson.
Yeah, thanks, Councilor Stromberg, for that and for bringing this forward, and for all the folks within the UVM community who've been fighting so hard against this. It really is disheartening what's going on, and unfortunately, it's part of a longer and a broader trend at UVM that not just at UVM, but really across our society, of more and more pay and prestige to those at the top, while everybody else suffers. And it's just really sad that we're seeing that same trajectory at UVM. And the data is clear that over time, there's been more administrators and they get paid more, and the disparity has grown between the top administrative pay and everyone else. And now, even going beyond that, we're seeing people losing their positions entirely, including people who bring so much to the community and so much to the university, and really do it at a bargain. They're providing these services at a really reasonable rate, I would argue, for the value that they deliver to the university and to our community and to these students. And they're the ones that get cut. And meanwhile, there's extremely high pay for a lot of the top administrators. So I just think it's really disturbing, and it's part of this bigger trend at UVM and elsewhere. And it's not what public education should be about, and it's not what our Burlington community should be about. So I'm really glad that we're that we're taking a stance on this and calling this out, and this is not okay, and it's not in line with the values of our community.
Thank you, Councilor Hanson. Don't have anyone else in the queue. Okay, seeing none, are we ready to vote? Okay, let's go to a vote. All those in favor of adopting item 6.03, I'm sorry, CO Shad, did you have something?
Excuse me, did I miss a second?
It was seconded by Councilor Shannon.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, all those in favor of the item 6.03, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Item 6.04 was removed from our agenda, which brings us to item 6.05, the resolution authorizing the resolution of a litigation and execution of an amended and restated development agreement with BTC Mall Associates. Councilor Paul.
Thank you, President Tracy. Before we get to item 6.05, I was hoping that you might indulge a brief recess, if that would be possible. And I would ask if we could possibly have 15 minutes, please.
Okay, I'll grant the 15 minutes, but let's really try and be back so if that's, yeah, so let's try and be back just a little, like at, what is it? At 9:22, or yeah.
That's 7 plus 15, yes.
Thank you, sorry, it's 9:22. Let's get back there, folks, and yeah, we'll get back into that item. Thank you so much, Councilor Paul.
Thank you very much. Thanks, President Tracy. I appreciate that indulgence.
No problem.
So I'm sorry, I'll wait until others are on.
Yeah, just wait 1 second. Let's make sure that we have everybody on. Okay. Just want to make sure that Councilors Jang, Stromberg, and Paulino are on.
Yep, I'm here.
Okay. Councilor Stromberg and Paulino. Okay. Thank you. And Councilor Stromberg. Okay, great. Okay, awesome. Okay, go right ahead, Councilor Paul.
Okay, so I'm also going to need probably a little bit of help from the city attorney, but this is what I am proposing. I'd like to propose that we amend our agenda to move item 6.05, which we're currently on, to the end of our agenda, do item 6.06, and with 6.05 now last on our agenda. And the reason for that is to make a motion at that point, or if I need to do that now, to recess the meeting and to ask the mayor to call a special meeting for next Monday, the 22nd of February. And the reason for that is that, despite the amount of time that we have been talking about City Place, this is a complex and multifaceted project. We're being asked to vote on a settlement that is important. And I think it's important that everyone have as much time as we can to really absorb, ask questions. And in that spirit of trying to give people more time, that is the reason for the motion that I'd like to make. I hope that would be amenable to the city attorney. And if I'm not doing this correctly, I'm hoping that she will tell me so.
Okay, Attorney Blackwood, is it possible to just move this to a special meeting now, or do we have to make that agenda adjustment?
You can postpone this to a definite time. So I think even if the meeting hasn't even been warned, I still think you can probably go ahead and postpone it to a special meeting to be held on Monday.
Okay, all right. My preference would be to handle that motion now, Councilor Paul, if you're willing to make the motion in that fashion, and then we can just continue on with our agenda as set forth. Is that amenable to you?
Absolutely. So, what you're saying, just so I have this correct, is to make a motion to move item 6.05 to the end of the agenda, and then we would continue with item 6.06. Is that right?
No. So what I'm saying is to just make the motion to postpone to a time certain to next Monday.
Okay.
And do that now, and that way we just don't have to go back to it again. We just will have taken care of it if your motion carries.
Okay. All right. So I would make that motion to postpone item 6.05 to a meeting that would then be called by the mayor, a special meeting next Monday, the 22nd of February.
Okay, so we have a motion to postpone from Councilor Paul to a time certain of next Monday as a special meeting to deal with just this item. Is my understanding, is that correct, Councilor Paul?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Councilor Shannon. Any discussion on postponement? Councilor Shannon.
Just hoping we can limit that meeting to just this item. Is that amenable to you, President Tracy?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
And Councilor Paul, was there a time that you wanted to start it?
Hadn't really thought that far ahead. I'm certainly amenable to 7 p.m. if that's good for most people. or if you wanted to do it earlier, that would be fine. I'll leave that in your capable hands.
I was going to suggest 6 just to get us into the debate earlier and make sure we're fresh throughout.
That is fine.
Okay, is that all right? Councilor Shannon, did you have anything else? No, or okay.
I'm just thinking we didn't want to recess the meeting, rather we want to call a special meeting rather than recess the meeting. Just kind of questioning that.
I mean, I guess functionally it's the same. So,
well, we've heard all of our public comment on this tonight.
Okay.
And so if we recess the meeting, then we have that public comment and we can get to our debate. And I think that debate to be had at our debate is important to give time to it. And I think it would be wonderful to do that at 7 o'clock when we're all a lot fresher. And we have allowed for an ample amount of public forum tonight. So I guess thinking about it, I was nodding along when the suggestion was made for a special meeting, but thinking about it, I guess my preference would be to recess the meeting if others are amenable.
Okay, well, that would require an amendment to the motion if that's what you'd like to do, because we have a motion on the floor. So we would have to amend the motion to postpone to be one, rather to amend the agenda and then to recess.
Before I make that motion, I'd like to hear from my colleagues if there's support for that. I will make the motion, or I welcome others too.
Okay, I have Councilors Hanson, Jang, and then Mason.
Point of order, President Tracy. What you just said is not consistent with what I heard from the city attorney's office. So I want to make sure.
Attorney Blackwood, are you able to clarify?
I think what he said is consistent. A motion to postpone to a date certain, you would have a new special meeting called, and you would hold that meeting. If what you're trying to do is to say we're just going to recess this meeting, then probably the idea that you would table this item at the moment, go on to your next agenda item. I think that's probably what you would do, but I guess you can amend the agenda to move things around as long as you're not adding things after your initial time. So I suppose you could amend the agenda to move it. It's just kind of weird because you've already opened it. I mean, you've already called the item, but I suppose you can move to amend the agenda and add it to the end of the meeting. And then at that point, you could move to recess and take up this item only. So I think you could probably do it either way.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Mason. I have Councilor Hanson, Jang, Hightower, and Paulino. Councilor Hanson.
Thanks. So I would be supportive of pushing this back to take more time. I think that's wise. In terms of the meeting and the public forum aspect, I'd be happy to. I have no issue and would welcome additional public forum, especially if there's amendments that happen between now and then. I think it's really valuable to hear reactions from the public on that. So I don't have any issue with the current way that we would be doing it, which would allow for another public forum, is my understanding. But the only issue for me, I guess, is just scheduling wise. I do have three back-to-back meetings next Monday between 6 and 8 p.m. So that's just a scheduling conflict for me. But I know we haven't, I guess, pinned down a time yet. So those are my thoughts.
Okay, Councilor Jang.
Yeah, thank you, President Tracy. I mean, I think I share the sentiments of Councilor Hanson that currently there are a lot of things happening in the city, and most of us have other commitments that have already been taken that I believe that we need to respect, right? And other element of this is basically why not just postpone until our next meeting, like our next scheduled regular city council meeting instead of next Monday. Yeah, thank you.
Were you looking for an answer to that question from anybody in particular, Councilor Jang?
Or let me ask it differently. Why do we want to do it next week? Why specifically next week? Why special meeting?
Okay, Councilor Paul, are you able to speak to that?
I'll certainly try. I think there is a desire to move this resolution forward. But I do think that there are several councilors who have expressed the need to have more time. The developers of City Place have a scheduled meeting with the Development Review Board in March before our next council meeting, and a fairly tight timeline of when they need to move things forward in order to be able to meet other deadlines that are obviously very important. And in an interest of trying to allow councilors more time, but also find a middle ground, having a special meeting next week would accomplish that.
Okay, thank you for that answer. Councilor Jing, did you have more to add?
Yeah, I mean, I think we delayed this project for how many years? 4 years now, right? And I think also there is one element that maybe many people do not want to vote or are not ready to vote, and that element is with the union, right? And it seems as if the unions will not need a 7 days, but at least a 10-day commitment that they can sit down and talk to these developers and get it done, right? And was wondering if we can give more than just next week, basically more days, or just vote this tonight and move forward. Either way, but just next week, Monday does not work for me. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Jang. I have Councilor Hightower to be followed by Councilor Paulino.
Thank you. Just to appreciate also the kind of having more time on this. So appreciate the move to postpone. I think we didn't hear that much public comment on this tonight, so I would definitely be happy to hear more public comment, and also along the lines of us having more time to digest. I think also giving the public more time to digest. The only thing is we do have a joint committee meeting scheduled on Monday. So I think my personal preference, which we can definitely happy to adjust to, but it's hard to schedule meetings with 10 folks and 3 counselors. So it could be either at 5 or at 7. That would be helpful, and not having to cancel the joint committee meeting and having that still get to a quorum.
Okay, understood. Councilor Paulino.
I'm all set, President Tracy, but I will make a quick comment. I do think that, we should have a meeting as soon as possible. We have lawyers on this, a case filed, and we have a long history of trying to resolve these matters quickly. We have pending litigation and doing executive sessions and basically going all in when we have, we're in court right now. And I think taxpayers deserve a quick resolution to this when something's on the table, even if it's a no vote.
Thank you. Councilor Freeman.
I am also okay with postponing. I just did want to say, kind of echo what other councilors said about public forum. I'm not saying that having super long meetings is always the easiest thing, but I definitely fall on the side of wanting more comment and feedback than less. So just wanted to voice my preference for that meeting whenever it gets postponed to, if we postpone it, also including a public forum. Thank you.
Okay. Don't have anyone else in the queue. Councilor Carpenter.
Just quickly, I'm fine with this, having it be a postponed or regular meeting. I do think we need to do it really before our next meeting, in part because of the timeline that we've also layered on them around the planning process. So if it can't be Monday, perhaps it could be another day next week, but I don't think waiting a whole lot longer than that makes sense. There is some urgency to this.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Hanson, already had you on first round. Anyone else on first round? Councilor Stromberg.
Yeah, I feel like I can just try and make it work whatever day we choose. Because this is really important. And I also, I feel like I understand Councilor Jang's point of view with, the fact that this has taken so long, but I think the fact that it's so big and has taken so long, like what's some extra time, whether it be on Monday or our following actual scheduled meeting. So I would like to take some time to do this right. So I'm very, very supportive of more time and public forum. So yeah, that's just my 2 cents. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else on first round who hasn't spoken yet? Okay, Councilor Hanson, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I was just wondering if we could, I'm fine with I agree with doing the meeting next week. I'm fine with that. Maybe we could move the specific scheduling offline to this meeting. If it ends up being, Monday and I might have to miss part of it, that's obviously fine, but just trying to schedule the time that the most of us can be here for the entire meeting. And I don't think we should try to do that right now. So that would be my thinking.
I would agree, Councilor Hanson, and I appreciate that. Given that it is a special meeting that the mayor would call, I think we can coordinate with the mayor's office around scheduling and timing and those issues. So I would encourage that. Is there further comments on the motion at hand to postpone to time certain next Monday? Councilor Mason.
I guess I'm sorry, on a point of order, like to the city attorney, do we not have to postpone to a time certain? I was not aware we could postpone to a date to be set by the mayor. I just don't want to act on something and then have us all have to come back. That's all.
Right, I think you're talking about postponing to Monday night, and the question was, did you want to start at 7? And I heard yes to that.
That's not what I heard. I heard let's figure out the time and the date after this meeting, which maybe I'm misunderstanding what I heard from President Tracy, but let me state it differently. My understanding is that we have to postpone to a date certain. I appreciate that the start of that meeting could be determined based on a canvas of members of this group as well as the administration.
Yes, I'm sorry for not speaking more clearly on that, Councilor Mason. I was meaning date certain, and so sorry, that was it. So
thank you.
Is that correct, Attorney Blackwood? Okay, Mayor Weinberger, I see you flipped on your camera. Did you want to speak to this?
If the motion as it currently stands is to postpone it to a date certain, if people are comfortable with that motion, then we can continue with that. I mean, I do think an alternative option would be to table this, and then I could call a special I could, as Councilor Hanson suggested, call a special meeting for purposes of taking that up. And that would be another way to do this. I guess I do just want to make it clear, there cannot be a long delay with this from my perspective. As I think Councilor Paulino's point should be understood by all. This is a matter of active litigation. We have essentially the court on hold. We have invested tens of thousands of dollars to get to this point. We need to make a decision as to whether we are going to continue with that litigation or we are going to take this other alternative, that the settlement that after our many consultations, the administration has gone out and secured a settlement that meets everything the council has indicated it wants in a settlement agreement. So that is what is before the council tonight. There's been a lot of process coming up until now. I disagree with the suggestions that we have somehow delayed the project up until now. That is absolutely not the case. The city has never delayed this project. The delays, this would be the start of delays tonight, us choosing not to act. And so that's okay if we do it for a few days, but it can't, beyond that, that starts to be us now delaying something that we know our constituents very much want to see go forward. So whether this is going to be set by me calling a special meeting or by a council action, I think this cannot go on beyond, call it Monday or Tuesday of next week.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I don't have anyone else in the queue. You ready to vote? Councilor Hanson.
Yeah, I mean, just to be clear, because there was some confusion with that, I was proposing what the mayor just laid out of tabling, letting the mayor's office follow up to identify the best time next week and then calling that special meeting. Because at least Councilor Jang and I have already identified conflicts on Monday, and maybe Monday is the best day. I just don't know that. And so that was my intention. So I guess I'll just go ahead and make that motion then.
Okay, so you're moving to table this item.
Table it. Yeah. And if I need to elaborate, City Attorney Blackwood, but yeah, the idea would be to table it and the mayor can then call a special meeting where we would take it off the table and take it up.
Attorney Blackwood, is this motion?
Yeah, I think he can make a motion to table it.
Okay, so we have an amendment to the motion to postpone to instead table the item. So that's the motion, that's the amendment. Is there a second to that amendment? Seconded by Councilor Stromberg. Further discussion on the amendment.
I'm sorry, point of order. I'm not clear that a motion to table, as stated, gets it to then be at the prerogative of the administration to set the time for it to be taken back up. Something's missing from this motion. Unless Eileen tells me I'm wrong.
Well, I think the mayor has the authority to call a special meeting, but somebody then has to take it off the table, and the council has to vote to take it off the table once you then convene that meeting. So the effect of tabling something is that you've laid the issue on the table. It's not currently before the council, and the council would have to then vote to take it off the table.
Okay, so the agenda for the meeting to be called would be solely for purposes of considering the tabled motion. I mean, I'm just trying to figure out, what does the public know in terms of, or is there no set agenda because there's no motion until we until we start the meeting?
There will be an agenda as determined by the special meeting that the mayor calls.
Okay. Sorry, thank you for clarifying that. So what I heard is that simple, straight motion to table, but the expectation, again, not binding, is that the mayor will then set a special meeting Monday or Tuesday of next week. And then it will be the prerogative of the council whether to make a motion to take it off the table.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Councilor Shannon.
I was making the same point as Councilor Mason, so I'll leave it at that. It seems to me not really the best way to do this.
Yeah.
I would rather leave it to the mayor to schedule the special meeting according to people's schedule and not have this tabled.
Okay. Councilor Hanson.
So what Councilor Shannon just said, that is my exact intention with this motion, is that we would allow for the mayor to create the meeting based on folks' schedules. That is, to me, different than the previous motion, which was setting in stone a Monday meeting by council action. So maybe we're confused about what we're doing, but that was my intention.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. Councilor Shannon, let's try not to do it back and forth here, but Councilor Shannon, go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, well, tabling is a different motion because it requires it to be taken off the table. It requires a vote to take it off the table. So it would be my preference to say we are postponing action. And I'm not going to make this motion because there's another motion on the table, but we're postponing action on this item to our next special meeting to be scheduled by the mayor next week. And I think that's as specific as a postponement needs to be. It doesn't need to be to a very specific date and time, but to a general time upon which we would act, not an indefinite time, which is what tabling does.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further comments? Okay, so let's go to a vote on the amendment to table instead of to the original motion of postponement. So will the city clerk please call the roll?
Councilor Carpenter.
I need clarification. So I'm voting to table it. And if we agree it's tabled, how does it get off the table? I guess is my question. If I vote not to table it, or speak to the underlying amendment. I guess I needed a clarification here.
So this is an amendment to table. A motion to take it off the table requires a simple majority at a future meeting, or even within a meeting, but it would require a simple majority. If this amendment fails, we're back to the original motion, which was to postpone to a date certain of next Monday, the 22nd.
Can that be amended to say, or to another meeting set by the mayor? I mean, or does it have to be next Monday? Because that's what we're trying to get around, I believe.
So that could be, but I'm not sure that we can amend the amendment yet again. So we need to vote on, take this vote, which we're in the process of calling. And then if this vote does not pass, then we get back to the original amendment, the original motion, and then you could propose a different amendment to that motion.
I know what I want to do. I'm just not clear on how to get there.
If you want to table and have it taken off, you vote yes. If you don't want to and you want to go back and amend the prior amendment, you should vote no. Is that clearer?
Yeah, that's clear. And will it be an appropriate amendment to have it move to another date, but we don't have an actual time?
If the motion to table fails, then that would be an appropriate amendment to the prior motion to postpone.
Okay. I guess I'll say no.
Councilor Jang.
Yes.
Councilor Freeman.
Yes.
Councilor Hanson.
Yes.
Councilor Hightower.
Yes.
Councilor Mason.
No.
Councilor Paul.
No.
Councilor Paulino.
No.
Councilor Pine.
Yes.
Councilor Shannon.
No.
Councilor Stromberg.
Yes.
City Council President Tracy.
Yes.
7 ayes, 5 nays.
Okay, so the motion carries and we are back to the original motion as amended, which now is to table this item.
I'm not sure you do that now. I think you've amended and you have tabled.
Okay, so you don't need to go back to another amendment?
I don't think so on a motion to table. There's really nothing that you've now, well, you go ahead and do it. You might as well.
Okay.
To be safe.
That was my understanding that that because it was an amendment, we would do that. And I thought that we had done that in the past, so.
Okay. Then you should proceed.
Yep, so is there further discussion on the motion to table? Okay, will the city clerk please call the roll?
Councilor Carpenter.
maybe I'm being dense here. So if I vote no on this, or if this fails, is that, are we still up for another amendment? Can that be possible? What?
No.
Okay.
You're back to your original, item, and somebody would have to make a new motion, a new different motion.
A new different motion.
Yes.
Okay, I guess we'll vote to table.
Point of order.
Yeah, Councilor Shannon.
Did I understand the city attorney to say if we voted this down, we could then make a different motion?
Sure.
Oh,
Yeah. So Councilor Carpenter.
if we vote this down, we can make a different motion.
Yes.
So I'll vote no.
Councilor Jang,
Yes.
Councilor Freeman,
Yes.
Councilor Hanson,
Yes.
Councilor Hightower,
Yes.
Councilor Mason,
No.
Councilor Paul,
No.
Councilor Paulino,
No.
Councilor Pine,
Yes.
Councilor Shannon,
No.
Councilor Stromberg,
Yes.
City Council President Tracy.
Yes.
7 ayes, 5 nays.
Okay, so the item has been tabled. Councilor Paul?
I just wanted to verify that, thanks so much to everyone. Just wanted to verify that the next step, although we don't need to, I believe, vote on this, is just simply asking the mayor to schedule a meeting for next week. We don't have to vote on that, do we?
We do not.
We do not.
The two ways that a special meeting can be called is if a majority of councilors sign on to calling one, or the mayor can call one themselves.
Fine. Great. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Now we have moved on to, since we've tabled that item, that brings us to item 6.06, a reconsideration of resolution regarding approval of the public safety continuity plan. Councilor Paul.
Thank you very much. Well, if that wasn't a lot of fun and out of the ordinary, then this one will probably be even more so. I hope that I have this correct. In accordance with our rules, I would move to reconsider the prior resolution that passed last Monday at our last council meeting on February 8th, as referenced in item 6.06, and ask for a second.
And the floor back?
No, once that, I don't believe there can be any amendments to that. There could be debate, and then we would go to a vote. Once we have that vote, then I have another motion I would need to make.
Okay, so I see a second there from Councilor Hightower, and you don't need the floor back, Councilor Paul. Okay.
Not now.
The floor is now open on the motion to reconsider. Okay, seeing none, are we ready to vote? Okay, will CO Shad please call the roll?
Councilor Carpenter,
yes.
Councilor Jang,
Yes.
Councilor Freeman,
Yes.
Councilor Hanson,
Yes.
Councilor Hightower,
Yes.
Councilor Mason,
Yes.
Councilor Paul,
Yes.
Councilor Paulino,
Yes.
Councilor Pine,
Yes.
Councilor Shannon,
Yes.
Councilor Stromberg,
Yes.
City Council President Tracy.
Yes.
That's a unanimous yes.
Okay, so the motion to reconsider passes, and we can now reopen debate on this item. Councilor Paul, were you going to make a motion?
Yes, so then what I would do is be making a motion that would get us into, we've now made the motion to reconsider. And with that, I would then make a motion to amend the resolution before us under this agenda item, the approval of the Public Safety Continuity Plan in what in our agenda is called the further revised form, would waive the reading and ask for the floor back after a second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second from Councilor Stromberg. You can have the floor, Councilor Paul.
Thanks so much, President Tracy. So I'm making this reconsideration because after our last meeting, there were some clauses that needed some clarifying language so that they're in accordance with not only the approved plan, but also will allow the city to begin to hire the approved community support liaisons or CSLs, the community service officers or CSOs, and that the cost for this is appropriately budgeted pursuant to the plan and our budgeting practice. Normally, when a change is made to a budget item in a resolution, there's a format that's followed so that our revenues match our expenditures. Pursuant to the plan that the council overwhelmingly approved 11-1, we are today we would be approving the job description for the newly created CSL positions, and it would approve the CSO description that would be created by the Director of Police Transformation following consultation with the Joint Committee and other critical stakeholders with a process to follow. That's explained in the resolution. And further, the changes to this revised resolution would address the funding by accounting for the expenditure through a reserve fund as per the past resolution and attrition savings. I'm happy to support this reconsideration as it keeps intact the work that this body did to move us towards police re-envisioning, and will get the hiring for these positions going quickly and in accordance with financial practice. There are no further changes to this resolution and would ask for the council to fully support this.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Paul. Councilor Hightower.
Yes, just want to say that I support this and give also the small clarification for the public that the job description for the community service liaison that has been approved is only for one of the 3 positions, which is the one that is to be in the Burlington Police Department. And the job description for the other 2 has not been approved. So that's the one that's still outstanding and would not necessarily be in the Burlington Police Department.
Okay.
That is correct. My apologies.
Okay. Any further discussion on this resolution? Councilor Hanson.
Just appreciate the follow-up and due diligence of the of Councilors Hightower and Paul and the administration and city attorney and whoever else worked on this. Yeah, it's important to do that follow-up work and make sure that that we're doing things properly. So just appreciate it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilor Shannon.
I just want to clarify, last week we did not adopt the plan. Is that correct? That's one of the changes, is now we're adopting the plan.
Okay, Councilor Paul, are you able to speak to that?
The changes to the resolution just simply say pursuant to the plan. The plan is what we approved last Monday, as per what the resolution that we passed stated. And that was regarding the CSLs, the CSOs. That is what we passed on Monday, last Monday.
But we did not approve the hiring last Monday, correct?
The resolution that we passed on Monday needed some clarification. This reconsideration is to do that, to clarify that language so that we are really doing what exactly we wanted to, which was to create these positions to approve the job descriptions to get the process moving and to account for this appropriately with a revenue and an expenditure that match. That is what we're doing this evening.
Thank you.
Councilor Hightower, did you have something else to add?
Yeah, I think for my own clarification, we're not approving the full plan. The whereas clauses refer to the plan, and we're saying per the plan that we didn't approve, but we're approving this part of the plan, which includes the CSOs and the CSLs. So it's not an approval of the full plan, but it's approvals of parts of the plan.
Right. What's laid out in the resolved clauses.
Correct.
Yes. Okay. Councilor Shannon.
Thank you. So I think that that's consistent with what I was saying. Last week, we did not approve the plan. This week, we're not approving the plan, but we are approving elements of it to hire these officers, correct?
Councilor Paul, are you able to?
Yes, I think it's just simply a matter of semantics. We passed a resolution. The resolution is the police continuity plan. As of right now, this is what we passed. And that is all that we are clarifying and moving forward with.
Councilor Shannon.
I guess that's all I'm going to get.
Okay. Any further comments on the motion to amend the resolution that we're reconsidering? Councilor Freeman.
So sorry, this line of questioning is just confusing me. That is not open for interpretation, Attorney Blackwood, right? The way that this is written, it only has one distinct meaning. I don't want, if it should have one meaning, counselors should know what the one meaning is, and that's what we should vote on.
Attorney Blackwood.
That makes sense.
I agree with that, and I think it has the clear meaning. I think Councilor Hightower explained it, that you are approving elements of the plan.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that that's legally that made sense. Thanks.
Okay. Is there further discussion? Okay, seeing none, will CAO Shad please call the roll?
Councilor Carpenter.
Yes.
Councilor Jang.
Yes.
Councilor Freeman.
Yes.
Councilor Hanson.
Yes.
Councilor Hightower.
Yes.
Councilor Mason.
Yes.
Councilor Paul.
Yes.
Councilor Paulino.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Councilor Paulino?
no.
Thank you. Councilor Pine.
Yes.
Councilor Shannon.
Yes.
Councilor Stromberg.
Yes.
City Council President Tracy.
Yes.
11 ayes, 1 nay.
Okay, so the amendment carries, and that brings us back to the original resolution that we were reconsidering. And so now we just need to, we need to vote on that reconsidered resolution as amended. Is there further discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll CAO Shad please call the roll.
Councilor Carpenter.
Yes.
Councilor Jang.
Yes.
Councilor Freeman.
Yes.
Councilor Hanson.
Yes.
Councilor Hightower.
Yes.
Councilor Mason.
Yes.
Councilor Paul.
Yes.
Councilor Paulino.
No.
Councilor Pine.
Yes.
Councilor Shannon.
Yes.
Councilor Stromberg.
Yes.
City Council President Tracy.
Yes.
11 ayes, 1 nay.
Okay, So the resolution, the reconsidered resolution as amended carries on an 11-1.
Thank
Point
you.
of order.
Yep.
I'm sorry, the first vote, I thought we were voting on the resolution with the changes, but we were actually voting to amend it. And I'm unclear if we were amending from what we had voted on last week or from what was proposed last week. And I'm sorry, we didn't really have much time to review this.
So what happened is that we had Attorney Blackwood, I see you raising your hand. Go ahead.
Yes, the document that is on board docs is what you adopted last time, and then in blue shows the changes. And those are the amendments that you just made. And then you voted on the whole resolution as amended.
Thank you. So the amendment was amending what was adopted, not the original. Then I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, so that brings us to the end of the deliberative agenda for this evening, but we do still have a couple different items. We do have Board of Civil Authority. So I'm going to go ahead and recess the City Council meeting and recess the meeting at 10:08 and convene the Board of Civil Authority at 10:09 and turn it over to Mayor Weinberger.
Thank you, President Tracy. I will convene the Board of Civil Authority at 10:09. And the first item on the agenda is the agenda. Could I have a motion adopting it? Councilor Paul.
Thank you, Mayor Weinberger. A motion to adopt the agenda.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second by Councilor Shannon. Discussion. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Hearing none, I believe the motion carries unanimously, and that brings us to 2.01, a motion to adopt the consent agenda. Are we ready for that motion? Councilor Paul?
Sure. Make a motion to adopt the consent agenda and take the actions indicated.
Seconded by Councilor Shannon. Discussion of the motion. Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Are there any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Our consent agenda is adopted, and I will adjourn, without objection, I will adjourn the Board of Civil Authority at 10:10 p.m. Back to you, President Tracy.
Thank you, Mayor. We have a couple more items on our agenda for this meeting. We have item number 7, which is committee reports. Are there any committee chairs who'd like to offer a report? Okay, seeing none. Councilor Hightower, was that a hand?
Yeah, just quickly, the joint committee, I think I may have already said this, but the joint committee will host 2 meetings next week, engaging the first round of stakeholders for that first RFP you all approved. So I'm excited about that and happy to forward the invitation to all of the city councilors.
Excellent, thank you for that. Any other committee chairs? Councilor Mason.
Thank you, President Tracy. The Ordinance Committee is meeting Thursday at 6 for, I think, a brief meeting. The sole agenda item is continued discussion on weatherization. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Paul.
Thanks, President Tracy. The Parks, Art, and Culture Committee meeting has been rescheduled for Tuesday, the 23rd at 5:30, pending whether or not there will be that will be the evening of the special meeting. But as of right now, it's for 5:30 and is on the city calendar as such.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Jeng, to be followed by Councilor Pine. You're on mute.
Tomorrow, Wednesday, the 17th at 5:30, the Racial Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging Committee will be meeting, and the agenda items are posted on the city's website.
Great, thank you. Councilor Pine.
Thank you. The City Council Community Development and Neighborhood Revitalization Committee is focused on the issue of how to provide more of a supportive services and supportive focus around older Burlington residents. And we held our meeting last week, and we'll continue to work on this issue for the next couple months. And our next meeting is, next Thursday, the 25th. So just wanted to let folks know we will continue to work following up on the council's action back in 2019 regarding how to support seniors, both through our senior centers, but also more broadly, whether we form some sort of a seniors or aging council focused on the issues affecting older residents. So we'll be back to you with something interesting after our work concludes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Pine. Any other committee chairs and an announcement? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the next item, which is City Council General Affairs. Anybody have commentary on general affairs? Okay, seeing none, it goes down to Council President updates. I just want to let folks know that there is the next Wednesday, the 24th, we do have that public informational meeting regarding the annual election ballot items. This is an informational meeting at 5 p.m. Just want to get that, make sure that that's on folks' radar screen, just so that we have counselors in attendance for that. That's just an opportunity to give folks further explanation on the ballots that they're going to be voting on town meeting day. So with that, that brings us to the mayor and general affairs. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, President Tracy. Two items from me. One, just want to make sure the public is aware, and I think the news is out there and a lot of people are moving quickly on this, but if you know anyone who is 70 or older as of today, they are now able to sign up for vaccinations from the state. That as of middle of the day already, something like a third of the total population had signed up. Many thousands of people signed up today. That remains, the website and call center remains there for Burlingtonians 70 and older now to sign up for a COVID vaccination. And then secondly, the other item, the city clerk's office has now mailed out approximately 20,000 ballots. They should, if you are a registered voter and you should have received one by now, or certainly in tomorrow's mail. And so if you have not, consider getting in touch with the city, but look for your ballot in the mail, and then it can, just as in the fall when there were multiple ways to return the ballot, we are organized that way again. So you can, up until the 22nd of February, there should be plenty of time to drop the ballot back in the return envelope in the mail, and it will come back to the clerk's office. There are also now 4 drop-off boxes around the city that you can drop off in anytime up until town meeting day. City Hall is open during business hours for the return of ballots directly to City Hall. And you can vote on town meeting day as well, either bringing back your ballot or getting a ballot at the polls. So lots of options for voting, and I encourage everyone to be aware that voting is underway, and there's lots of information out there if you need more on this. That's what I've got, President Tracy.
Thank you, Mayor. That concludes our agenda. So a motion to adjourn is in order. Moved by Councilor Pine, seconded by Councilor Hightower. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of adjournment, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, we are adjourned at 10:16. Everyone.